welcome everybody to this 18th and final day of the Clauchrie wind farm inquiry. Today we're concluding our discussion on radar mitigation. Mr. McLeod and Mr. Brown, I've heard from you earlier. Is Mr. Inglis with us?
Yes, sir, yes.
Good, then I won't repeat the announcements I made at the start of the inquiry regarding such matters as COVID restrictions and webcasting of proceedings, but these can all be viewed on the webcast for the 24th of May on the DPEA webcasting site. Are there any procedural points to be made before we start with the questioning of Mr. Inglis?
Not from me, sir, no.
Not from me, sir.
Good, then if I can turn to you, Mr. Brown, I think you had some questions for Mr. Inglis.
I do, thank you very much, sir. Good morning, Mr. Inglis.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Morning. When we finished the evidence yesterday, I was dealing with probability of detection, and there's just one final point I'd like to cover with you on that. Can I take you, please, to CAP 670, which is CD 9.3?
I have it.
Thank you. And can I ask you, please, to turn to electronic page 393?
Yes, I have that page.
Yes, and at the bottom of that page, there's a heading, performance requirements for 3 nautical mile, 5 nautical mile separation application. You have that?
I do.
Yes, thank you. So we're on the same page, so to speak. And we see that in paragraph SUR 247, it says surveillance performance criteria have been developed by Eurocontrol for 3 nautical mile and 5 nautical mile applications for both cooperative and non-cooperative surveillance technologies. Turning over the page to paragraph SUR 248, it says the values in the following specification may be used as guidance by ANSPs. This document will be updated as new standards developed by ICAO or European bodies such as ESA or Eurocontrol. And can I ask you, please, to have before you another document, which is GPA 61.
GPA 61. What's the title of that document?
The title of that document is Eurocontrol specification for ATM surveillance.
Oh, I'm familiar with that one. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, right, thank you. I wanted to ask you to look at electronic page 38. Oh, sorry, just to set the stage for the inquiry. I take it we can agree, Mr. Inglis, that the purpose of this document is to provide the performance requirements for air traffic management surveillance system supporting a 3 and 5 nautical mile separation application.
Which document, the CAP 670 or the Eurocontrol?
The Eurocontrol document.
Not totally, no. So the Eurocontrol surveillance standard was developed by an air navigation service provider. CAP 670 says that it's not a mandatory document. So if you go to CAP 670, it explicitly says in surveillance paragraph 216, it actually gives it as an example of not being mandatory. So yes, it was developed. It was developed by an ANSP, which is the equivalent of NATS, on the basis that it would, if you followed this standard for their air traffic services, it would meet all of their requirements. So it's a useful guidance document, but it isn't mandatory.
Yes, and that's the point that's made in paragraph SUR 248 in CAP 670, isn't it? Which we looked at. You can look at it for guidance.
You can look at it for guidance, and it explicitly says in 216 that it is only guidance and it isn't mandatory.
But if we go back to looking at the Eurocontrol document and electronic page 38, we see there in note 6 and at the end there of that paragraph, 3 lines from the bottom towards the right-hand side of the paragraph, it says, as a matter of consistency, 90% is being required, as it is the usual required value for primary surveillance radars since 1997. In any case, this performance characteristic will have to be confirmed by the system safety assessment. So we see reference there to the 90% probability of detection. And if we turn to electronic page 98, there is a paragraph there which is headed probability of update of horizontal position. And we see in the second paragraph there, it's talking about a non-cooperative system. So I think we're aware that when we're dealing with a primary surveillance radar, that's non-cooperative. So for non-cooperative systems, for the time being, the mandatory requirement for the probability of update is defined globally. It is, however, recommended to apply a requirement per flight as for cooperative systems. So if Mr. Fido had looked at this document as support for his view that the probability of detection applies to the aircraft, would that have been an unreasonable position for him to have adopted?
No, I'm surprised he didn't, to be honest. However, you have to look at the context in which this document was written. So if you imagine a major air navigation service provider, NATS being a good example, they've written a standard that if you comply with it will meet all of their air traffic service provision requirements. They're a major operator. They have primary radars out to 120 nautical miles, secondary radar much beyond that. So by meeting this surveillance standard, whatever the application within their service provision, they will tick the box. So it's useful guidance, but you still have to follow, as indeed CAP 670 says, what your particular air traffic service requirements are in the UK, and justify them and provide a rationale for that level of performance. So yes, it's useful guidance, but it can become a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut for much lesser operations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Inglis. Moving on now to the concept of flight trials, Mr. Inglis. If consent, well, we know from Mr. Thompson's recognition that from Mr. Thompson from the airport, that is that the intention is that, subject to completing system operational trials of TERMA this summer and subject to approval of the safety case, it's hoped that TERMA will enter into full operational service at the airport later this year. And we know that the application which has been made in respect of Clauchrie will also obviously have to go through a process of consideration by our reporter, and it might be some time before consent is issued. And even at that, the application is contingent upon an ADLS system being mandated by the CAA. So it may be several years before we get to a point potentially where if consent's granted, the development could be built. Now, at the time when construction starts on the development, the terminal will have been optimised at the airport. So if optimisation is required to remove the effect of Clauchrie on the radar, and I'm saying if optimisation is required, that would be a change in the radar system, would it not?
You'd enter the coordinates for the wind turbines, as we discussed yesterday, which is effectively a change in the parameters of the radar, correct?
Yes. So would that then take us back to CAP 670 and this time take us to electronic page 469, and paragraph SUR 12.1, where it talks about, in the last 3 lines, it's also necessary to assess the ongoing performance of surveillance systems once commissioned and put into service, and when changes are introduced into existing systems. So optimization for Clauchrie would be a change into the existing system for the purposes of that paragraph.
Agree.
Okay, now, can I ask you to have before you the airport safeguarding process, which is GPA 22. And can I also ask you to have before you your report?
Okay.
And looking first at your report, you say in paragraph 2.4.3 at the bottom of page 7, where the original radar commissioning flight trials are inadequate in determining performance in the vicinity of a proposed wind farm, a limited flight trial prior to turbine erection may be conducted to provide a performance baseline. It should be noted that ANSP should not be using radars with unknown performance in any operational area of interest. And that's the comment in your report, and we can see that looking at GPA 22, step 6 is conducting a baseline probability of detection flight trial. Would you accept, Mr. Inglis, that a baseline flight trial would be appropriate if, as a first step when considering the impact of Clauchrie on the airport's radar?
No, I wouldn't. I think when you put the radar into service, which hopefully happens this year, you should know what the performance of the radar is, and you should make sure that first flight trial, on the basis of which you apply to the CAA via a safety case to use it, you should evidence the performance. I do not think you need to do the so-called waffle patterns in specific areas unless you've got serious doubts of what that performance might be. I think in the early days of wind farms being developed, it was a bit of a thing that was done as a research exercise. We're now fully aware, and as Mr. Fido's put in his report, of what the potential performance issues are relating to introducing wind turbines. So I think these so-called waffle patterns ahead of making the turbines, installing the turbines, is somewhat excessive. If we move on to what we do after we've given approval and the wind turbines are installed, if you look at figure 2,
Sorry,
figure
Mr. Inglis, I'm going to come on to that, but for the moment I wish to focus on the question of baseline flight trials. Now, can I take you to CAP 670 paragraph SUR 1232, which is electronic page 473. And it says there in SUR 1232 that tests shall be conducted to prove the required level of detection within the coverage volume defined by the operational requirement. And then moving on to SUR 1233, it says, as the system provides a large coverage volume and it might be impractical to conduct practical tests throughout the coverage volume, tests shall at least cover detailed analysis into operationally significant areas. Now, just on that point, is paragraph 12, SUR 1233 not acknowledging that, as it says there, it might be impractical to carry out tests throughout the coverage volume? Could that not explain why the airport, when considering an optimization scheme for Clauchrie, would first want to carry out a flight trial?
I think this is seen in CAP 670 as the exception. And the key point there is in operationally significant areas. So if the airport believed it was operationally significant because you have lots of traffic in the area, it's linked to your instrument flight procedures, then you may be able to justify doing more detailed flight trials in that area. However, in my experience, and I've been involved with the commissioning of quite a lot of primary radars, including many of the UK NATs en route radars, I'm not aware of that being done. I'm struggling to think. No, I can't think of any occurrence where they picked out a particular piece of airspace and did detailed flying in it. So I think it's very much the exception.
Well, if we go back to paragraph SUR 1233 and continuing from where we left off about conducting practical tests throughout the coverage volume, it then goes on to say tests shall at least cover detailed analysis into operationally significant areas. And it says, note, such significant areas will include, as appropriate, areas with clutter or reflection problems. So as a result of the proposal, and as a result of knowing that the turbines, if erected, are likely to cause clutter on the radar screen, would this not start to become an area which is operationally significant for the airport in terms of SUR 1233?
The operational significance, as the name suggests, depends on the operation. So I'm not disagreeing with this. If it was a significant piece of airspace and you had no other way of knowing what the probability of detection is, then indeed you would have to do it. But normal flight trials cover these areas anyway at the point of commissioning.
But is it not the change in the land use beneath the airspace which makes the difference here? Because we are told in 1233 that significant areas will include, as appropriate, and it's the fourth bullet down, areas with clutter. Is that not giving it a different status for the airport?
It's the original paragraph. It's operationally significant areas. That's the weighting that needs to be applied. So if it was on final approach and you were worried about lots of clutter, you may consider doing additional checks. But the normal flight trial commissioning checks should address that anyway. So I understand what the CA is saying here, but I'm just saying from experience, normal commissioning flight checks cover a lot of this stuff.
All right, well, we'll hear from Fido on that, thank you. Now, going back to the airport safeguarding process, which is GPA 22, we see there that step 15 is to undertake confirmatory flight trial over wind farm. And that will be, well, it says radar optimization, but I think we can assume that that's post-optimization of the radar. And looking at your report on page 7, paragraph 242, you say where changes are made to any CNS system configuration, e.g. thermoradar, regression testing is required to verify performance still meets the operational requirement. The introduction of a wind farm may require re-optimization of a radar. Therefore, a limited flight trial and data analysis would be expected in the form of flight trial report post-turbine erection. So are you prepared to accept at least that if optimization of TERMA is required as a result of Clauchrie, that there should be a post-optimization flight trial?
Absolutely. I mean, even just entering the parameters showing the locations of the turbines is a change. And I think it's important that such changes are verified, and those verification tests are not just the flight trial, they could be other tests as well. So I fully support that, and I think that's what I put in paragraph 242. So I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay.
We would debate, but the only debate would be the extent, but it's a minor point, really.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier the concept of the waffle pattern. And I wanted to ask you about that. Is conducting a flight trial in a waffle pattern not post construction of a wind farm not now industry standard?
No. So if you take Teesside as an example, when we've spoken to them, the thermal radar there was installed by NATS. They did a normal flight trial, and Teesside, if you're not familiar, does have several wind farms in the vicinity and therefore within the declared operational coverage volume. They conducted a fairly traditional flight trial, submitted the safety case to the CAA and got approval to enter operational service. What they then did, as I understand it, is after a couple of weeks, Terma came back to see if they could further improve the performance, and there were what they classed as engineering flight trials to verify those changes. So effectively, the engineering flight trials are what I called regression testing. So it's a limited test to prove that any changes you made are appropriate. I don't believe they flew waffle patterns. As I said, I think the waffle patterns were more, they were done initially when it was all a bit of an unknown. But I think there's a move now away from doing that and going back to a more traditional flight trial.
Is it not ultimately a matter for the airport operator because, or the radar operator, because they will have to do the safety case assessment for the CAA?
It's always down to the, it's actually the air navigation service provider who's got the responsibility, which isn't always the same as the airport operator. And the way these things are normally done is via a conversation with the manufacturer of the equipment and the local engineers to understand the level of regression testing that's required. The point I'm making is recently as the last 6 months, I think it was December last year, the radar went into service. So this is very recent. You know, Teesside has put a radar into service, and that radar has had a wind farm environment, and I don't believe waffle patterns were involved.
If we were to look for support for a waffle pattern, would we find that in the ICAO document we looked at yesterday, which is CD 920, and that's ICAO document 8071. And I'm interested in figure A7, which appears on E145. You have that?
What's the ICAO document reference again?
It's CD 920.
Okay.
And it's electronic page 145.
It's all right, I keep timing out on my hats.
Let's just let me know when you've got it. That's
To the side. Just get the internet.
just let me know when you've got it.
Okay.
Thanks to my colleague. In front of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Got that, Mr. Nicholas? Yeah.
Yes.
And I was looking at figure A7, which shows vertical and horizontal probing. Is that not the origin of the waffle pattern?
No. I think if you look on the left-hand side, that's vertical probing. So you're basically flying an aircraft at different altitudes to establish the coverage at different altitudes. So that looks like a waffle pattern, but it's in the wrong plane for what you're suggesting should be done.
All right, thank you. Now, if I can take you back to your report, please. You see, it's page 4, and it's paragraph 111.4. Okay, and you say there that your inquiry report should be read in conjunction with the evidence of Mr. James Wiley, who is the air traffic services expert. We've heard from him earlier on, and in your recognition, I'll not take you to save some time, but I'll just read you what you've said. At paragraph 171 of your recognition, in the first bullet, you have said there is no operational impact for the proposed development. When you express that view, are you deferring to the view of Mr. Wiley on that? Are you adopting his view?
Yes, I am, and that's how it normally works. When you're introducing new radars or making changes, you need to understand the operational requirement. And we touched on that yesterday. And the key point yesterday is the requirement for GPA 20 nautical miles or 45 nautical miles. So all these discussions take place, and the areas of operational significance are important when you optimize a radar. And the optimization process includes trade-offs in performance. You may elect to have slightly high cluster levels in one area in exchange for getting slightly better detection, or vice versa. So it's really important to understand the operational significance of the coverage volume, declared operational coverage.
All right. Now, on the question of whether TERMA should be optimized, if TERMA is not optimized, how will the Clauchrie development appear on the radar operator or the air traffic controller's radar screen?
I'm not quite sure what I mean. When we asked TERMA the question about how you would introduce these turbines, they said you would enter the coordinates into the system.
Sorry. My question was really, if it wasn't optimized, how would it appear on the screen?
If you didn't put the coordinates in, there is a risk of higher clutter levels than you otherwise might get if you put the coordinates in.
Yes, so that would take us back to what the inquiry has heard as the twinkling effect.
Yes.
And do you think it's acceptable from?
If it helps the reporter, I would have TERMA come and enter the coordinates. I don't think that's a point we're really disputing. Entering the coordinates and providing other support at that time, I don't think we are really arguing here. I think that's a reasonable thing for an airport to request, and a reasonable thing for the applicant to be paying for.
Okay, thank you. So if you can just give me a moment. Sorry, my desk's not quite big enough to get all the papers on now.
That's fine.
All right. I want to take you now, Mr. Inglis, to a discussion which took place yesterday afternoon regarding the capacity of TERMA. And that discussion started by looking at Miss Mackenzie's recognition at paragraph 17. And I'll not take you to it, I'll just read it so that you can get your bearings again in the point. And she said there that the TS 4002 can maintain at least 1,000 internal wind farm tracks while running on a modest hardware platform. And she referred to CD 910 APP 3.39. And I think, well, I know that is the document which has become known as the white paper, which was put to Mr. Rees for comment. And Ms. Mackenzie goes on to say there are nowhere near as many as 1,000 operational or plant turbines in radar line of sight. The applicant estimates that there are only 500 operational or proposed turbines in radar line of sight of GPA's radar. Now, obviously, Ms. Mackenzie was referring to the white paper. Would you accept that in light of Mr. Rees's response, where he covered the topic of the white paper, that the white paper is really no longer relevant when considering the capability of TERMA?
I don't believe that's what he said. I think the response says that while the basic principles still remain, the product has moved forward, and then he listed the items in which improvements have been made, including the track processor, the change in antenna, because I think originally it was a built-in part and now they make it themselves. But I don't think he said that it was completely wrong, far from it. And indeed, the discussions we had with TERMA around the white paper conveyed that message as well. But it was 2012, so you would expect some changes, hopefully for the good.
Yeah. Would it not be more reliable, Mr. Inglis, to look at the specification for the TERMA which has actually been installed at the airport?
I think that's eminently sensible to do, yes, if you have a specification for it.
Well, could we look at then GPA 18?
Just read it out to me.
Yep. Well, it's GPA 18. It's the Scanter 4002 air surveillance radar product specification, and we'll proceed on the basis that when Mr. Fido comes to give his evidence, he will confirm that this is the specification for the radar which has been installed at the airport. And if we turn to what is page 8 of 66 of that document, we there see the specification for plot extraction, and it says up to 1,000 plots. And it then says embedded tracker 2, so that's the ET2, which we've been talking about, of greater than 500 tracks. But nowhere in the document does it actually say what the upper limit is on the tracks. So that's the specification for the TERMA which has been installed at the airport. So this specification doesn't refer, as Ms. Mackenzie has said in her recognition, to that it can maintain at least 1,000 internal wind farm tracks. Nor is it saying that it can support 1,000 wind turbines.
It's not saying that it won't, though, is it?
Well, it's not saying
I didn't. We based our information on the conversation we had with the TERMA engineer who was involved in the white paper and the trials that went with it. And he also added that you're going to have an upgrade at GPA, and the new version of the tracker, which I suppose is faster processors, will have a much greater capacity of 2 or 3 times greater than your current. So either way, I still believe you're well within your comfort zone and will not be using up any significant headroom due to the wind turbines. And it's a good point that Mr. Fido raises, I'll give you that, but the TERMA has been installed at other airports not least hardened Airbus, where there are lots of wind farms offshore and the traffic densities are high. And that's been operational in service for, I think, 5 years now. And indeed, Mr. Fido was an advocate of that at the time, but I don't remember him bringing forward issues about trackers being maxed out at that time. So it's a good one to check, but I just don't believe it's a problem.
Oh, right. So, sorry, Mr. Inglis, can I just check I picked you up correctly when you said that Terma had discussed the airport's radar with you or your colleague?
We discussed the white paper and the performance in the white paper and the ability, not Clauchrie specifically, but we discussed the performance of Terma and its ability to handle tracks.
But you didn't discuss the radar which had been installed at the airport, did you?
We did not.
Now, when it comes to the question of a turbine in the line of sight of Terma, is the first step not to allocate plots to the turbine?
Can you rephrase the question a bit?
Well, I'm asking whether the first step in the processing of the information the radar is receiving about the turbine in its line of sight, is that first step to start allocating plots to the turbine?
Yes, so you have a return and you generate plots off of each return.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. And in a turbine, you have 4 parts to the turbine, do you know, which could return a plot. Now, I'm not saying that it's trying to suggest the turbine will return all of them, but you have 4 parts. So you've got, first of all, the turbine tower. And if you've got 3 blades, each of those blades could make a return to Terma. Did you know?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. So you could have between 1 or 4 plots allocated to one turbine. And then as part of the processing of that within Terma, the Terma would then allocate a track to that turbine.
That's my understanding.
Yep. And could it allocate more than one track to that turbine?
It's a possibility. Yes.
And
It's also a possibility in normal radars that you can end up with what they call split tracks due to similar effects. It is quite rare, but it's not unknown.
And would you accept that that plotting function of Terma and the tracking function will be using capacity of Terma?
It needs processing, yes.
Yes. And there's a further step, of course, on Terma, and that is that if optimization has taken place, the turbine will have been masked out of the video. And will that not also require processing capacity?
That's an interesting one, because if you read the white paper, it says that you're better off not masking out the video if you have turbines that are spaced more than 500 meters apart, as we do at Clauchrie, because the overall input performance drops. So I don't believe you would have to do that. Indeed, by taking out the video, you could make things much worse. But if you did, yes, it would take more processing. But
okay, but let's say you do mask it out in the video. Is that not also going to use processing power?
yes, it will do. It will use some processing power.
Okay, so the overall effect of a turbine appearing on the radar line of sight is that you've got processing power being used allocating plots, you've got tracks, and you've got masking out if masking out is required. And of course, is it not also true to say, Mr. Inglis, that even if you choose not to mask out, and even if you choose not to optimize, The reality is that as soon as that turbine is built and it starts to rotate, it will automatically start to use up some of the processing capacity of Terma.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Inglis, I'd like to take you back to your recognition. And paragraph it's page 5 of your recognition. And it's paragraph 1.8.1. And here you'd refer to the fact that the TS 4002 product specification 925, which is not the same specification we looked at earlier for the airport, states the radar automatically filters wind turbines by detecting and tracking them. In light of the response which is received from Mr. Rees, you are now accepting that some manual intervention will be required, aren't you?
Well, yes, you have to enter the coordinates of the turbine, which, as I said, for the reporter's benefit, I'm not disputing, and I don't think it's unreasonable for Terma to come along and make that entry.
Okay, and we've obviously seen the email exchange which your colleague Kevin Sissons had with Mr. Rees at Terma as part of the preparation for this inquiry. And you've also mentioned the fact that you spoke to, or your colleague may have spoken to Terma about the Terma radar as well. And one of the things, Mr. Inglis, which I've been struck by in your report and your recognition, is that you don't actually refer to any direct hands-on practical experience you have had of setting a Terma radar to work. Is that a correct conclusion to draw from the facts that you misunderstood whether the process would be automatic and you're now conceding there would have to be some human intervention? The fact that you had to contact, or your colleague had to contact Terma, and the fact that we don't have any reference to your practical experience of setting a Terma to work, is it a correct conclusion to draw from all of that you've not done that?
That is absolutely correct. I've been involved with many radars. I think it's wise for any engineer to talk to the appropriate experts before making decisions. And I've done that not just for Terma on this occasion, but with other manufacturers, the major players, Thales. I used to work for Raytheon. I was a system design authority for the UK radar replacement project. Our customer was NATS, and we would have very useful conversations between engineers to try and find the best way forward. So I don't think there's anything unusual in that, but you are correct. I haven't practically commissioned a Terma. I've been involved, as I mentioned earlier, with the Terma radar that was installed at Harden and the inquiry that went with that. And that also involved discussions with Terma and with Osprey and Doug Fido. So yes, I haven't done a hands-on, but I am aware of the processes.
Okay. Now, yesterday, and again, I think today you have said that optimizing Terma is a relatively trivial task, and you mentioned that it requires a Terma engineer, or you said that'd be reasonable to have a Terma engineer enter the coordinates for the location of the turbines. Is that correct? That's what you said.
Yes.
If we hear from Mr. Fido that he has actually sat with the Terma engineer at Prestwick and has watched the process of optimization, and he says it is a much more involved process than that, given you haven't got experience of setting a Terma to work, are you in a position to doubt Mr. Fido's evidence?
Maybe we're doing two different things. I mean, the radar at Glasgow Prestwick has been there since 2017, so some 4 years. And when you're doing the initial commissioning, you've got to address not just wind turbines, which is the focus of today's discussion, but there may be other areas that you need to optimize. There could be areas where you have particularly slow-moving traffic like helicopters, so you have to adjust the speed filtering on the system. But there are many other things outside of wind farms that need to be optimized. But I was considering it after it's entered operational service, which means by default it must have been fully optimized and all these things addressed, and a system safety case submitted and approved by the CAA. So the optimization we're looking at for Clauchrie from the termless response is to enter the coordinates, because all these other things that Mr. Fido has been looking at for the last 2 years or more would have been done. So,
well, Mr. Inglis, tell me the point about entering the coordinates. You've referred to Mr. Reese's response in support of that. Which particular section are you referring to in support of that?
what, in response to the questions? Which question number?
No, in response to your point that you just enter the coordinates on Terma.
Bear with me.
This is for the benefit of you, sir. The CD reference number is CD929.
So question 3.
Yep.
We asked, once the Terma radar is in operation, which is the point I just made, and you've dealt with all the other wider optimization issues, do you foresee any requirement for manual intervention to ensure that the Terma radar can successfully mitigate a new wind farm development with interturbine spacing greater than 500 meters, which of course is the Clauchrie scenario, within the declared operational coverage? If so, what manual intervention is required? And in the response, I won't read it all, but the second paragraph is probably the relevant part. It says part of the radar processing is maintaining an internal map where position and shape of turbines are registered to mark plots arising from these as originating from the wind farms and thus being excluded from the tracking process. Additional turbines within the declared coverage warrant will require manual editing of this map to include the new positions and mark the plots accordingly. So that last sentence says if you add turbines, you have to enter the positions. They haven't elaborated and said anything else needs to be done. So I took that to mean that it's fairly minimal, the task.
Well, that's the point, isn't it, Mr. Inglis, that you took it to mean something. You don't know what it means, do you, in a practical application?
I accept that I've taken what the manufacturer says.
Well, in fairness to the manufacturer, Mr. Inglis, surely the manufacturer doesn't use the term enter coordinates. Does it?
Manual editing of the map to include new positions. So correct. Look, I was a bit. I should have been a bit more accurate in my wording.
All right. Well, we'll hear from Mr. Fido on how that process is actually done. Just sticking with Mr. Reese's response, we're looking at paragraph, or the first question, and his answer to the first question, and part A of his response to the first question, where he's talking about the fact that the factors are too many to describe comprehensively, but he then sets out the parameters which would be taken into account. Now, read broadly, is Mr. Rees in effect saying that here that every proposed development has to be considered on its own merits? There are too many different factors at play to work out exactly what the impact would be and what optimization might be required. Is that not the gist of what he's saying there?
I'm not sure it is. I think in section A, when you go to market and buy a radar and you get your tender returns back, you need them to evidence that the offer they're making, the equipment they're proposing to supply, will meet your operational requirement. So in Prestwick's case, if it was a 45 nautical mile range requirement, you'd expect them to evidence that. And there are ways of doing it. There are things called Blake charts that tell you what the coverage is going to be and the probability of detection for the size of the target. So I think in this first section, he's saying there are a lot of factors, and they are part of standard radar calculations. So anybody tendering for radars would see these kind of calculations being submitted in a tender. And if they evidence that you can achieve, in this case, 45 nautical miles, you can go ahead and buy it. If it doesn't achieve 45 nautical miles, it would probably be unwise to buy the radar.
Well, if we turn it further into his response, go further into the response, and if we look at page 3, where he is answering question 2, but on page 3 in the second paragraph, he says, if a new wind farm is introduced into the radar coverage after the system has entered operational service, we recommend a new assessment and optimization of the radar with focus on the new wind farm area. And then if we read into the next row, which is answering question 3, he says, as mentioned in the previous responses, introducing new wind farms within radar coverage after entering operation requires a new assessment and optimization of the radar. Inter-turbine spacing is only one parameter, which in combination with others, distance, layout and defined wind farm area, determine the impact of wind turbine mitigation, i.e. an inter-turbine spacing of more than 500 metres by itself is no guarantee of no impact. Reading all of that together, Mr. Inglis, is Mr. Rees not saying that you've got to take each wind farm, proposed wind farm in turn and consider what it means for Terma?
Yes, because I think we touched on this yesterday. A key thing is how far away you are from the radar head. So inter-turbine spacing is a key factor, but the other factor is how far away those turbines are. And I believe that's what he's saying. And I think both Mr. Fido and our reports acknowledge that the range from the radar head is key because of the range cell size.
Now, if I can consider a point with you which you made in your report, it's page 12 of your report, paragraph 363.
Okay.
And in this paragraph, you are talking about the outcome which Teesside Airport has achieved, which you mentioned earlier. And I'm just curious about that because you say there in the fourth line, the Terma radar removes the wind turbine clutch and maintains a typical track PD of 98% with a Hus case track PD of 94.8%. So that's after optimization, I assume.
That was at the time it entered operational service and was the basis for the safety case evidence.
Yeah, so that was after optimization.
Optimization, yes.
But in light of Mr. Rees's
I was going to say the optimization would not just have been for the wind farms, it would be optimizing a radar in its entirety to achieve that.
Yes, of course,
I mean,
but the difference
focusing very much on optimizing radars for wind farms. Radars have been optimized for decades because of other issues.
Yes, but that would be on the basis that the wind farms which were being optimized out of Terma were already in the environment of the coverage of the airport's radar, would it not?
Yeah, the wind farms were already there. There were no new ones introduced. So from day one, the optimization had to include those wind farms.
Yeah. Now, in light of
In the case of Prestwick.
yes, sorry, I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak over the top of you, but there just seems to be a bit of a delay between us and the connection. Now, in light of Mr. Reese's input into this inquiry and the responses which he has made so far as Terma is concerned, and I think we got to a point where we agreed that every wind farm had to be looked in the context of its own facts and circumstances. That being the case, to what extent can the example of Teesside be relied upon here to predict what the outcome might be for the airport following optimisation of Terma to accommodate Clauchrie?
I think whenever you're looking at securing radars, if we go back to, if you want a radar, you issue a tender spec and you evaluate it. It gives you a lot of confidence if they can evidence that they've deployed a system and it's operational and it's performing correctly. So I accept that every wind farm needs analysis on its own merits, but in terms of real world experience, it gives you a lot of confidence as to what can be achieved. So the Teesside, and I say Harden, has been out there being used to provide surveillance coverage for several years. So all these things do add weight to giving you confidence that the equipment will perform as expected.
Yes, but I think as you acknowledged there in your answer, it gives you an indication of what can be achieved, but that's not the same as a guarantee of what will be achieved, is it?
It's not a guarantee, no, but it is an important factor. That's why often people won't tender and allow development systems, because they want something that's been out there and proven. And so I think it is a valid thing to give weight to, but I do accept that every situation is different, every operational requirement may be different, and the issues relating to each wind farm may be different.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to.
Sorry, could I just in seconds that were mentioned the other day, I wonder, might it be possible to have just a 10-minute break?
Yes, that would be fine for me, sir. I've just got one more topic to cover, or two more topics, sorry, to cover with Mr. Inglis.
Fine, but I think we can take a short break now. That's fine. So we'll come back in 10 minutes then.
Right, thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Inglis, are you ready to continue?
I am, thank you very much.
Thank you. Then back to you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Inglis, I'd like to take you to page 10 of your report, if I may. And this is the calculation which you spoke to yesterday when you were giving your evidence in chief. And I think you may have said that when you received Mr. Rees's responses, you reviewed the calculation. Is that correct?
We did.
Yeah, and I think the only amendment which you made to the calculation was to adjust the reference to 0.6% to 0.006.
I said probably the percentage isn't helpful. We just keep the number.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Inglis, can we agree that the starting point for this calculation is that, as you have said, the turbine is 150 meters in diameter?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, and the Mr. Fido has looked at the calculations again in light of the response, and when he was doing that, he was trying to ascertain what the wind turbine depth would be, i.e. the depth of the nacelle, which is the broadest point. And Mr. Fido thought it might be between 15 to 18 meters, but for the purpose of his calculations, he took it at 15 because he thought that would be the more favourable. Would that seem about right? Do you know what the depth of the turbine is?
So if it helps, I looked at how Mr. Fido proposed to calculate it.
Well, no, sorry, Mr. Inglis, if you could just let me follow this, because I would like to take it step by step, if I may. And okay, well, we'll take it at 15. You might, well, my question was, did you know what the depth of the turbine is?
You can see from our calculation what we included and what we didn't.
Okay, well, what have you not taken the depth of the turbine into account?
We took into account the diameter of the rotor, and we looked at the range cell and the location of the turbines, and the maths is on this page.
Okay. On that point then about the range cell, I think we're agreed that one range cell is 6 meters. And so far as the width of the beam is concerned, by the time it gets to Clauchrie, I think we're agreed it's 400 meters. Now, is the issue not this with your calculation, that what you have failed to take into account is the azimuth and range resolution?
I don't believe we did. I have seen, as I was about to say, I have seen Mr. Fido's calculation where he effectively doubles it, because he says there's a possibility of two adjacent range cells being impacted at the same time, which is why we have a difference, and I think why we would look to Terma to actually come up with a definitive answer. I'll be honest, I'm not sure. He has put some doubt in my mind that we may have overlooked something. That said, even if you take into account Mr. Fido's calculation, the overall result doesn't change significantly.
Well, let's just work through the point, Mr. Inglis. Has Mr. Rees not started to give us the information which is required to allow a proper calculation to be done when we look at the answer which he provided to It's an unnumbered question, unfortunately. It comes between 1 and 2, so let's call it 1B. And the answer is on page 2 of his response. And in the column for his response, we have the penultimate paragraph, which says, however, in this case, the two targets, wind turbine and aircraft, are not identical in size. In order to obtain a sufficient signal separation to satisfy plot extraction, we use the antenna 3 dB beam width for the main lobe in the horizontal antenna pattern in our model multiplied by 2.5. So he's not saying there that so far as the azimuth calculation is concerned, you multiply it by 2.5, multiply the beam width by 2.5.
Where, so you're looking at question 1B or 2?
Well, it is 1B, as I've described it, because there is no number for it. And it's just immediately above the row which is marked 2. And in his answer, he says in the penultimate paragraph, however, in this case, the two targets, wind turbine and aircraft, are not identical in size. In order to obtain a sufficient signal separation to satisfy plot extraction, we use the antenna 3 dB beam width for the main lobe in the horizontal antenna pattern in our model multiplied by 2.5. And I was saying to you, is Mr. Rees not saying that in order to perform the calculation, so far as azimuth is concerned, that you take the beam width, which we know, where we agreed, by the time it gets to Clauchrie, will be 400 meters, and you multiply that by 2.5.
Isn't that?
Yeah, so if you apply that factor as given by Mr. Rees, what he's saying is that you're effectively talking about 1,000 meters. 2.5 times 400.
Yes.
400, sorry, 1,000 meters. All right, and when performing the horizontal measurement, you also take account of the width of the turbine, do you not? Which would be 150.
Yes.
So if we take the width of the turbine of 150 meters and we add Mr. Rees's formula of 2.5 times the beam width, that would mean that we had the turbine width of 150, and on either side of that we would have 1,000 meters. So that would then mean that the horizontal measurement to be taken into account for the purpose of calculating the area of impact would be 2,150 meters.
Okay.
Okay, and then we then have to start looking at the range measurement. Now, going back to Mr. Rees's response, and this time looking at the last paragraph in that row which we looked at, he says that similar considerations are made in range, where the range resolution is specified by the 3 dB pulse width multiplied by 3. The range resolution is determined by the bandwidth of the transmitted pulses. Now, on that point, we were agreed that the cell width was 6 meters. So Mr. Rees is saying we'll multiply that by 3. So that would therefore mean that whatever the depth of the turbine is, we add 18 meters to in range to, if we were facing at the side we can see, and another 18 meters to the side of the turbine, which is just beyond the turbine. So that would then give us a range measurement of 51 meters, if you're following me. So that's the 15 meters, which is the depth of the turbine, plus the 18 meters, which Mr. Rees has said should be used for the range resolution. So that would take us to 33 meters, and then we've got another 18 meters behind that in the area we can't see, which would take us to 51 meters. And on the calculation which Mr. Fido has performed, what he has done is he has multiplied the horizontal measurement, which we had of 2,150 meters, and he's multiplied that, which was the horizontal measurement, and he's multiplied that by the range measurement, which was 51 meters. So that gives us a total area impacted on the horizontal of 109,650 square meters. Now, of course, we don't stop there, because what we've then got to consider is the turbine end on to the radar calculation. And just to be clear about that, what I mean is, in the last calculation, we were looking straight ahead at the turbine, and the full width of the turbine was facing us. And now what we have is the turbine has rotated around 90 degrees, and what we see is the turbine end on. So when we come to do that calculation, looking first at the horizontal measurement, the depth of the turbine is 15 meters. And we know from having looked at it before that Mr. Rees said that what you do is you then take the beam width, which is 400 meters, multiply that by 2.5, which is 1,000 meters. And it's the same process as before, where we add the 1,000 meters to either side of the turbine, which means the horizontal measurement, when we are end on to the radar, is 2,015 meters. And then, having done that, we then have to take the range measurement as we did before. So this time, of course, the range measurement of the turbine itself will be 150 meters, because it's now turned 90 degrees. And following the same process as before, we have to add 3 cell widths to the side of the end-on turbine we can see, and 3 cell widths to the side we can't see. So that would be 150 meters plus 18 meters plus 18 meters would produce 186 meters. And then again, we have to calculate the range and the horizontal measurement. And by doing that, taking the 2,015 meters and multiplying it by 186 meters, we get to an area of impact, which is 374,790 square meters. So it's significantly worse when we do the calculation turbine end onto the radar. And so therefore, if we're trying to identify the worst case scenario, that is the figure which should be taken. And we think that there might be 11 visible turbines. Might be 10, but again, we're looking at the worst case scenario, so we take the 11. And that means that the total area impacted would be 11 times the higher figure of the turbine end onto the radar, which would mean that the impacted area is 4,122,690 square meters. And then for the purpose of the calculation, what Mr. Fido has done is he's then applied a border around the 11 turbines, allowing a buffer of, again, 2.5 times the beam width. So he's allowed a buffer of 1,000 meters in the horizontal in each side. And again, 3 range cells in front and behind the turbines. And in the calculation he's produced, that totals 8.94 million square meters. Now, I appreciate it might not be a regular square shape, but for the purpose of at least exploring this, it would be 8.94 million square meters. And a square kilometre, 1,000 times 1,000, would produce 1 million square meters. So let's just use round numbers. 8.94 million square meters would be the equivalent of about 9 square kilometres. And taking that 9 square kilometres, does that not then mean that the reduction is going to be 46%? i.e. what you do is you take the area of your 11 visible turbines at 4.122, sorry, 4,122,690 square meters, divide it by 8.94 million square meters, and that produces a reduction factor of 46%, or 0.46. And of course, that reduction factor is significantly worse, is it not, than the reduction factor which you have of 0.006.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and is the issue with your calculation not just that you haven't applied the factors or the resolution factors which Mr. Rees has supplied, but you've also assessed the impact over the declared operational volume of cover for the radar, rather than just the particular area which is impacted by the development?
As I said earlier, I think Terma are the best place to do the calculation. I'm not saying Mr. Fido's wrong, and I do accept that our calculation probably has errors in it. The extent to which our figures are wrong, I think I'd need Terma to say and give an opinion on. But what we did do was calculate the reduction in probability of detection for the airspace immediately around the wind farms. And then we looked what that would do in terms of dragging down the overall PD, because you'll remember the conversation about the 90% as recommended by the CAA was over the whole coverage volume. So we looked at how far it would drag it down. So I think Terma should provide a definitive calculation on this. And I do accept that our calculation is probably less accurate than Mr. Fido's.
All right, thank you, Mr. Inglis. One final area I'd like to explore with you is this, that of course these calculations also have another impact, and that is that there's an area on the radar coverage which is impacted from the air traffic controller's perspective, and that is that sorry, when we look at the figure which we extracted before of the area of impact, it being 9 square kilometres. Now again, I'm not accepting it be a perfect shape, I'm not suggesting it would be a square, but for the purpose of exploring this concept, that 9 square kilometres would be the area impacted on the radar, would it not?
As I said, I'd wait for Terma to actually come up with a definitive answer, but there is an area that's impacted, yes.
Yes, yes. All right. And we heard earlier from the air traffic experts who gave evidence that when you've got an area which is impacted on your radar, what you would do is apply a separation distance between that impacted area and the aircraft. And I think, in fact, you have actually said in paragraph 3.3 that you would apply a buffer of 3 nautical miles. And funnily enough, we have heard evidence from Mr. Kirkland, who said that he would. Sorry, I thought I'd better go on mute while the fire alarm test was done.
Right.
Yes, Mr. Inglis, as I was saying, we heard evidence that from our air traffic expert, Mr. Kirkland, that he would apply a separation of 3 nautical miles between the aircraft and the area impacted on the radar, and you have applied the same buffer of 3 nautical miles or 5.5 kilometres. Now, if Mr. Fido is correct in his calculation, and I know that you're not accepting that, so I'm not asking you to commit to that by some surreptitious means here, but if Mr. Fido is correct and the area of impact on the radar is 9 kilometres, when you actually extend that area of impact up into the airspace and the air traffic controller applies the 3 nautical mile buffer around that, or the 5.5 kilometre buffer around that, does that not mean that in effect that what happens in the airspace so far as the air traffic controller is concerned is that you end up having an operational impact of 20 square kilometres in the airspace, because what you've done is you've taken the area impacted on your radar of 9 kilometres and you've applied a buffer of 5.5 to all sides of that, so your area of impact then becomes 20 square kilometres in an operational sense.
Yeah, I mean, the absolute numbers we can discuss, but the principles sound.
Right, okay, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that, but you're accepting the principle of it, so that's fine. Thank you very much.
I'm an air traffic controller, so I can't really comment on what you would and wouldn't do, but from my experience, they maintain separation. They would still have SSR in the vicinity, but I don't know what the rules allow them to use SSR for, but you'd have to talk to the appropriate experts.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Inglis. I have no further questions for you.
Brown, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Now I'll try and get my order of proceedings right today. I said I didn't have any questions yesterday, but a couple of things have arisen out of what you've said today very quickly, I think, just for my own clarification. Now, we're looking at the term of response letter, which is CD 9.29. And we're looking at question 2 on the 3rd page, 2nd paragraph, where it says, if a new wind farm is introduced into the radar coverage after the system has entered operational service, we recommend a new assessment and optimization of the radar with focus on the new wind farm area. And I think there was some discussion in your cross-examination there about what was meant by assessment there. So yes, could you just explain to me again what you think Mr. Rees was getting at? He's saying there needs to be optimization, which I take to be the entering of the coordinates that you described, but also there seems to be another thing that needs to be done, which is some assessment. What would that assessment be?
I think the assessment is the conversation we've just had about what the reduction would be over the wind farm and what the expected performance from a theoretical point of view is expected to be. And then having got that number, you would look at the operational impact in that particular part of airspace. And then you would make a decision on whether to it was adequate or not.
Good, thank you. And Then yes, let's talk about waffle patterns and normal flight trials. I think you accepted at GPA 22, which is the flow diagram of the process that the airport would go through, and you agreed that at step 15 it would be reasonable to undertake confirmatory flight trials over the wind farm towards the end of the process. And then there's some discussion about normal flight trials and the waffle pattern. So, I mean, first of all, I take the waffle pattern to be a crisscross pattern of flights, and presumably normal flight trials are something simpler than that. And secondly, I assume that flying a waffle pattern is a much more expensive and lengthy operation than a normal pattern. Is that correct?
Yeah, hours in the air cost money. A normal flight trial still involves quite a lot of flying. I mean, if you looked at the diagram that we were taken to in the ICAO document that showed what they thought was a waffle pattern, but actually it was vertical slices. So you fly aircraft inbound and outbound. So you start at 50 nautical miles and head towards the radar, fly over the top and go out to 50. And that will determine your coverage within your, in this case, 45 nautical mile range requirement. And you do those slices at various heights, and that's a fairly standard flight trial, and it does indeed take quite an amount of time to undertake, a couple of days, maybe more. The waffle pattern, similarly, it's not the same ranges, but because you're doing a much more detailed pattern, that's quite involved too.
So the waffle pattern would be significantly more time and cost.
I don't think significantly more. No, it's probably similar in terms of flying time. If it helps in the grand scheme of things, these costs are expected. So you know, verifying changes to a radar system that require some kind of flight check is an understood cost. Whether it was flying the traditional radials and over the top or doing the waffle pattern, I mean, I personally think it's a bit excessive, but if you really wanted to do it, I suppose you could.
Thank you. Yes, it was just that there seemed to be some dispute and yeah, some questioning as to whether the waffle.
Losing you a bit there.
I took from the debate that there was some resistance to flying to any requirement to fly the waffle pattern. I assume that was because there would be more cost potentially.
It wasn't
asked to pay for it.
I don't think it's a cost point at all. It's just, is it really needed? And I suppose as engineers we would have discussions, and some would be in favour and some wouldn't, but it certainly wasn't on the principle of cost.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Inglis. I'll pass you back to Mr. McLeod and see if he's got any further questions for you. Thank you, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, sir. There was just one point that I wanted to go back to, Mr. Inglis, which was around the discussions with Terma around track capacity. And I just wanted to get you to explain to the reporter what discussions did take place with Terma around track capacity issues. I think you've said it was not specific to Clauchrie or GPA, but can you just explain in a bit more detail what discussions did actually take place about track capacity?
So in the discussions we had, we talked about the latest generation of product, and I think it was in that context they said that the capability was now 2,000 to 3,000, whereas previously it had been 1,000, and the conversation was as simple as that. Given the capacity is really linked to the processing capability within the radar, as Mr. Brown went through. There's lots of processing required, and there was a limit on the computing power to do that. But as we all know, processing power is ever increasing. I think it's Moore's law that says it goes up at a considerable rate. So you'd expect subsequent generations of equipment to have a lot more processing, and therefore the ability to process tracks within the required time would go up accordingly. We at one time had a product that had tracking within it, and we were having problems with the time it's taking to process the data. And the simple fix was to change the processor, which was 2 years old, for a new one that was the latest, and it solved the problem. So it's all down to processing power, and that's only going to get better, I think.
Thank you. And just one related question to the point about capacity. You were taken to the Terma product specification, which is GPA 18.
Okay.
And you were asked about page 8 of 66, or taken to page 8 of 66, which dealt with plot extraction, and there's reference to the embedded tracker. Can you just explain to the reporter what those terms mean and how they relate to the situation at Clauchrie?
So as Mr. Brown explained, the first part of the processing is to, when you've received your radar return, is to produce plots. So that the specification here says it can handle 1,000 plots. Not all plots are going to be aircraft targets. You'll get some false targets. But what the tracker's doing is looking for a relationship between the plots, such that it can identify they're from a common source. Normally in radar, that being a radar. For Terma, it's the radar or the wind turbine. So the embedded tracker 2 says we can handle more than 500 tracks within the embedded tracker 2. It doesn't say what the limit is, as Mr. Brown noted, and we were told it was around 1,000 on the conversations we had with Terma. So there's a difference between plots and tracks, and that's why it's in the specification.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Thank you, Mr. Inglis. I think that brings us back to you, Mr. Brown, then, to lead your final witness, please.
Yes, sir, indeed. If we could just have 5 minutes, sir, to set up the room. We're obviously using a separate room for our witnesses, so we'll just get Mr. Fido installed, so to speak.
That's fine. We'll come back then at 11:18.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
sir. I'm told there's a slight problem with the laptop, but it should only be a matter of minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Hello again, Mr. Fido. Can you hear me?
Sorry, we'll just send someone in to find out what the problem is with the sound.
I can't hear anything.
Have you got your mute on your?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to just a minute.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm with you now.
Right, okay.
Hello again, Mr. Fido. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Hall, thank you, sir.
Good. I'll put you back to Mr. Brown then. Mr. Brown, do you want to introduce this witness?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Fido, sir, just before I do that, I should say that given where we are for time, I was planning to just ask Mr. Fido to read one paragraph of his recognition and adopt the remainder, just so we can make progress.
Very well.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fido, could I ask you to have before you your recognition, please?
Yes, I have it, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. And could I ask you to read the first paragraph, please?
My name is John Douglas Fido. I am a Principal Consultant at Osprey Consulting Services Limited. This recognition supplements my export report dated 12th of April 2021, GPA 01.
Thank you very much. And having read that introductory paragraph, Mr. Fido, are you content for the remainder of your recognition to be taken as read?
I am, Mr. Brown, yes.
Thank you. I have some questions for you, Mr. Fido, arising from your recognition and from the evidence which the inquiry has heard. But before I turn to those, could I ask you please to first tell us a bit about the experience you have of working with wind farm developers and airport operators?
Yes, I've been with Osprey for over 15 years now, and throughout that time, we've worked with different energy renewable companies and different airport operators and different manufacturers that are dealing and working within the aviation, radar and wind farm environments.
All right, thank you. And how, have you got any idea of how many developments you've been involved in over that period?
A good number, several. Like it would be difficult to put a finite number on it, but yes, a good number of them.
Right, thank you. Now, could I take you please to paragraph well, it's actually a section, it's page 9 of your report, if you have that in front of you.
I do, yes, Mr. Brown.
And the section which starts 2.2.3, working with the airport on the wind farm radar mitigation solution. You've used the acronym there, but that's what you mean by it. And you say that you've been working with the airport and their wind farm radar mitigation solution journey since 2011. Just exploring that a little bit with you, what started the journey?
Well, it started way back to 2010, 2011, when Prestwick Airport, when Miss Mackenzie was at the airport, engaged Osprey to support them with some surveying of potential wind farm solutions and mitigations in and around the Prestwick area of interest.
And what approach did the airport decide to take?
In the first instance, back in the very early days, when technology wasn't really progressed sufficiently to call it anything to do with mitigation, there was an initial sort of exploration of using existing radars that were in the area to try and see if there was a collaborative approach to providing coverage throughout the area to support Prestwick and potential other developers. And we did a lot of work looking at those radars and how they performed, but that didn't lead to anything because of, I'm assuming, from commercial discussions and issues between developers and radar suppliers and different airports. And so from that, what we then engaged on doing is looking at technologies that were beginning to emerge as a result of wind farm activity, with lots of claims of, yes, we're CAP 670 compliant, and yes, we can fully mitigate your wind farm, and yes, we can do this and all those things. So we started a journey of looking at those technologies. We engaged with the manufacturers. We had in-depth consultations and discussions with them, and we even had practical demonstrations of a number of them within that program, which led us up to a point where we felt comfortable that we could probably go to procurement to the market and assess some of the more progressed technologies that might be available to support Prestwick in dealing with the problems that they might be facing going forwards.
All right, so this was a forward-looking programme. Now, one of the things which I'm interested in is that you have referred to the wind farm radar mitigation solution. You've not referred to a radar. What's the difference? Why have you decided to call it a solution?
So the strategy for the airport was in being able to look forward to what was a potential influx, if you like, of wind farm development within their area of interest. It was let's put a system in place which can support, first of all, what we're doing now as an airport in terms of surveillance purposes, but build into that some capability that allowed the airport to then build on that capability as these turbines became into their area of interest, and to help to support the progress of those wind farms to go forward. And that would mean, depending on how that panned out and what sort of impacts that they would have, what those additional things that you could build into that capability would be to expand it, to continue to progress and cover the future of the airport and the developers in some kind of harmony.
Okay, thank you. And when did you first become aware of Terma, when you were on that journey with the airport?
Within that time, another developer, other than the applicant, had become aware of the product and invited us as a company, knowing that our interests were in this area, to go to Copenhagen to the Terma factories to look at their demonstration model that they had at the time, which was in fact the system that was being demonstrated at Copenhagen Airport, which formed part of their white paper report back in 2012.
And over the course of that journey, how much effort has gone into getting the airport to this stage where it's in a position to just about go operational with its Terma radar?
Well, in the early days, there was a significant effort to do market research, testing the claims of the different manufacturers and engaging and inviting them to the airport to take part. And in fact, one of them installed one of their systems at Prestwick for a time to do capability. So the airport would have had to take responsibility of that while it was there, by way of an example. And a number of visits to sites in the other locations with real wind farm impacts to consider. And then from that, the development of the requirement, the operational requirement, the risks associated with those requirements, to then go forward and develop a procurement strategy so that we could go out to market to pull in those that were interested to take part in that competition and to offer their products to us so that we could assess them. And then through a long period of evaluation of those with questions and answers and negotiations with those different technologies until we were able to do a reasonable risk assessment that gave us what was at the time probably the best of what was available, or the best of it. I like to call it a bit of a bad bunch because there were so many options and not all of them were fully able to do everything. But at that time, we believed that Terma was probably the best and would probably be the one that would satisfy all our needs.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, the airport has selected a Terma radar. To what extent have you worked with the Terma engineers at the airport on the installation?
During the installation period, obviously, I've written the safety case for that particular installation, and to do that, I need to have a good knowledge of how that system works and how that mitigation element of it works specifically, and how well it performs in the areas that are of interest to ensure that it would meet what the airport has stated as being its actual requirement. So I've worked with those Terma engineers there as part of their optimization process in the first instance. I've also been involved with the Terma radar at another airport in the UK who installed a Terma radar, and their process that went with them. I was there with them when they went with that, and the Terma engineer was showing me how they do it within the radar and what the processes and steps that they have to go through, and how that can be different for different areas of impact and different areas of operation, from the normal environment to a wind farm populated environment, which was quite interesting, informative, and quite complex. And in one of those occasions, I believe that we had a member of the CAA there to go through that process with us as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, what I'd like to do is take you to page 30 of your report, and in particular to figure 12 on your report.
Yes.
Now, we have heard much about the wind farm mitigation solution. Could you just explain, with reference to your figure, what we're actually talking about when we talk about the solution?
Okay, so effectively that diagram is the basis of the wind farm radar mitigation solution, and the heart of it is the multi-tracker radar, or multi-radar tracker, which is in the center of that system, and that feeds into the radar display element, which is the part of the system that the ATC use to provide their surveillance services with. That's the picture that they look at, similar to what you saw with Mr. Smith's videos, but obviously the picture with Terma will look different, and I think he demonstrated that as well. And the multi-radar tracker is the function that accepts the technical solutions that we have at this time, and any other technology solutions that we might need in the future, and or additional to this that might be required to try and recover back the area of coverage that we lose from a wind farm development. And so the prime element of that bit from a surveillance point of view is the Scanta 4002 PSR, which provides us with the prime level of mitigation for what we have at the moment. Also within that system, Prestwick uses primarily they use the Lowther Hill SSR for their cooperative surveillance elements, and the multi-radar tracker will fuse those two together to show a single track, which has the PSR position from the Scanta, and it has the data information from the cooperative element of the target as well. In behind that, if Lowther Hill isn't available at any time, they also have the Glasgow secondary radar feed from NATS, which is not as good as Lowther Hill. It doesn't have the same level of coverage, so it's another step back from the norm. but it's there when Lowther Hill is not available, such as it is at the moment, not available. Sorry, yes.
I was going to ask, just looking at the left-hand column of your figure, Mr. Fido, we see the S511 at the top, we've got the Scanter 4002, and then I think you mentioned the capacity for future surveillance adaptations. That was the bit you were referring to in your figure, wasn't it, when you referred to future capacity?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, and then you've mentioned Lowther Hill. Was that feed specially acquired to form part of the solution?
They had the feed before the solution, but with the change of the multi-radar tracker to the later interoperability technology, which is data information, we were able to upgrade that feed and that data coming from Lowther Hill to the latest Mode S capability, which gives the controller more information from a cooperative perspective to add to the information that they use for traffic services.
Okay, so looking at your figure again, what parts of this solution did the airport have to acquire?
So the Scanter 4002, the multi-radar tracker with the radar display system, and the capacity for additional adaptations in the future, and an upgrade to the data links to Lowther Hill.
Okay, and we have heard some passing reference in the inquiry to the AVI bit. Which part of the solution is the AVI bit?
So the AVI bit is made up of the two parts, which is the multi-radar tracker and the SDPS, which is the display element of that system.
Now, could you help, please, by clarifying a point so far as the S511 is concerned? What role is that to have going forward?
At the moment, because there's a stage transition into operation, the 511 has been adapted to be integrated into the MRT so that it can be used on the new display system, so that the controllers can continue to use that radar now while we're waiting for the terma to be transitioned. And it is a selectable source on its own, and it's not part of the combined system which the Scanter and Lowther Hill would be part of. It's a separate function that can be used. And going forward, its purpose will be initially as a reference for confirming the performance of the new terma radar in terms of alignment primarily, and comparison to its detection. Then after that, it will then only be used as an awareness tool, a situation thing. It won't be able to be used for controlling specifically, because it's then a step back in technology, and it's probably not acceptable by the CAA to do that. So it will just be there in the background. And at some point, obviously in the future, when it's no longer sustainable, then it will clearly be removed, and then that will free up additional capacity for us to add and adapt in the future.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the course of this inquiry, we've heard quite a lot about the concept of a wind farm tolerant radar, and I'll not take you through the various places where we have found reference to the wind farm tolerant radar in detail, but just quickly, there's reference to it in paragraph 64 of the Onshore Wind Policy Statement 2017, which is CD 4.12. Ms. Mackenzie, in her report at paragraph 42, referred to the letter which she had received from Paul Wheelhouse, inviting her to participate in the task force, the Aviation 2030 task force, and he referred to the transitioning the responsibility for adopting wind farm tolerant radar to the aviation industry. And more recently, we have the update to the climate change plan, which was published in December last year, and that's CD 520. And in that document, paragraph 3.141, it refers to working with the stakeholders to ensure that all radars are wind turbine tolerant, oblique neutral. So again, there's a theme which runs through these about a wind farm tolerant radar. Mr. Fido, how would you describe a wind farm tolerant radar? What is that?
As my old colleague Mr. Giles would say, a very good question, Mr. Brown. In this environment today and in the PSR environment, a totally wind farm tolerant has not been specified, to my knowledge, that is fully wind farm tolerant. To be fully tolerant, the wind farm radar would have to be able to provide the same coverage and the same surveillance capability to the air traffic service provider that he has before any turbines were introduced, without any loss of that capability. And we know from the conversations that we've had before, we'll no doubt have later, that once a turbine is physically in place, it takes away some of that airspace and it takes away some of that capability, and it does cause other degradation and compromise of that service and that capability. And some of those compromises and degradations can't be put back. And so what we end up with is a compromise where we try and put back as much as we can to a point which then becomes reasonably acceptable. And so a fully tolerant wind farm radar mitigation system would most likely be an element of the likes of Terma, but also other technologies that are required to put back those elements that the Terma can't put back. And we did talk about those earlier, and we'll talk about those again. So to me, that is it. It's about being able to put back everything that's taken away from the impact of the turbine, be it a single turbine or be it multiple turbines.
Okay,
They're still the same.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fido, there are many people taking notes of your evidence, and it might be helpful if we just take it a little bit more slowly,
Yes,
so people can keep up. That'd be helpful. Thank you. Now, turning to consider the regulatory requirements for a surveillance system, can you point us in the direction of where we find those regulatory requirements?
Yes, there'll be over a number of documents. CAP 764 would be one of those.
Right, thank you. Now, we've looked at that before. Just give me a moment, please. Yes, CAP 764, which is CD 9.4, and that's the CAA policy and guidelines on wind turbines. So which paragraph would you like to take us to?
Take you to paragraph 1.20.
1.20, right, and that's on page 17 on the hard copy, which is also the electronic page number. And just read out 120.
Which says, in order to provide an ATS in the UK, a service provider must be granted an approval by the CAA, EC 1035/2011 and EC 550/2004, and relevant sections of the Air Navigation Order, and that refers to 2009, which I believe is also now out of date, because that should now be 2016 clearly, and as amended applies, which gets over that problem.
Okay, where else should we look?
Other place that we can look is in CAP 760, which is GPA 06.
Yes. Now, do we need to go to that document in detail, or can we take an overview of it?
We can take an overview. It essentially sets out the safety assurance process that the airports must manage all their ANS equipment and CNS equipment to ensure that they do everything that they need to do in terms of a safety management system to bring new systems into service, to test and evaluate new systems, to make sure that they meet the requirements that are set out, both from an operational point of view, from a regulatory point of view, from a statutory point of view. And it sets out how to do that in the form of a safety case report, which is adopted over a number of stages to effectively match the life cycle of a new equipment and then beyond when it's into operational service.
All right, and what other CAP documents might be relevant here?
And again, CAP 670, which is CD 9.3, which refers to APP 01.8 to 01.10.
Yes.
Again, that refers to the safety management of ATMs in systems to demonstrate that they are acceptable and have met their requirements.
And you'll remember that when I was taking evidence from Mr. Inglis, I looked at another paragraph in that document, which is on electronic page 496, which is paragraph SURE 12.1. What role does that have?
Sorry, what was the electronic page again, Mr. Brown?
It's electronic page 496. Sorry, so maybe. Sorry, it's 469. My mistake. Sorry, 469.
Okay. Yes, I have it now, Mr. Brown.
Yes, and to what extent does this play a role in the regulatory requirements?
What was this SURE number again, please, Mr. Brown?
SUR 12.1.
Okay, so this again is a repeat of the requirement for performance assessments to be carried out prior to the ANO Article 205 approval can be granted. And the ANO 205 is effectively the certificate of approval that the CAA will grant once the airport's done all the safety assurance processes that it needs to do to provide them with the evidence and assurance that the system is safe for use in its intended purpose.
Thank you. And what does it say about ongoing performance and changes to the system?
It applies to the sensor equipment provided data, but it also talks about it's any changes to the system going forward, anything that might impact the performance of the system going forward once it's in service, and any significant changes to it that might occur as part of its progress with future capability and future needs.
Okay, and if there was optimization for a wind farm, would that fall within SURE 12.1?
That would most definitely fall into that, and the reason for that is, and as Mr. Inglis has also said, is it is a change to the core operating system of the radar, and that change is potentially significant because any changes that you make in there may also impact all of the other configurations that are in there, and so they would need to be assured that hasn't happened and that they still remain what they were at the initial commissioning, and if necessary, further testing may be necessary too.
All right, and we were talking about the system earlier and the various components. Are there any other provisions in this CAP 670 which are relevant when it comes to the requirements for surveillance?
Yes, there are quite a number of references in there.
Well, we talked about the display.
Yes, so there will be a section here about the display systems as well. So if we make any changes to the display systems, they would require, I think that's 11, is that SURE 11.4?
Yes, and I think we'll find that on electronic page 453.
Yeah, it says this document applies to all types of display equipment used for the processing of presenting ATS surveillance data, and is also subject to ANO 2016 Article 205. So the display system on my diagram and the multi-radar tracker all fall into that area of requirement, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to move on to another topic now, Mr. Fido, and that is there's obviously been quite a lot of evidence before the inquiry about clutter and clutter created by wind farms. Why does that clutter appear on a radar screen?
So as we know from discussions before, that the radar is a tool which is required to look into the airspace to look for moving objects, which are obviously aircraft, and the reflection of the energy that it comes back to it would go into the radar, and the radar then that makes a decision: is this an aircraft or is not an aircraft? And if it's an aircraft, and I put it on the display screen, yes or no. And it is a simple decision like that, but the process of doing it obviously is more complex. But unfortunately, because of the principle of just bouncing raw radar energy off of surfaces, it can bounce off any surface which is sufficiently large and within the coverage back to it, and that they then may come back and be in excess of the what's called the detection threshold in the receiver, which would then appear as a return or an echo or a target, which would then appear as a blob in the case of A5 on the display screen. And that can be caused by a number of things, such as trees moving in the wind. It could be wind, birds, airplanes, as Mr. English says, cars, boats. All those sort of things could cause that to appear on the display screen. And then particularly large moving objects such as airplanes and wind turbine blades would also appear. But there is processing within most systems to deal with most of those elements of clutter under normal circumstances.
And what is the consequence of leaving clutter on a radar screen?
Well, there's a number of problems with that. Is that first of all, you've got the clutter on the screen, which looks like an aircraft, which fools the controller into thinking there might be something else there when there probably isn't, or making him to make decisions that he probably wouldn't have made if it wasn't there. But also it starts to take up space on the screen, but it also starts to utilize the processing systems within the radar unnecessarily. When if you could take it out, it would help to resolve some of those problems.
Okay, and just following through on some of the issues which the inquiry has heard about, we've heard about false tracks and track seduction of aircraft. Could you help the inquiry by explaining what these concepts mean?
Yes, it's a little bit more difficult. So as Mr. English rightly said earlier, it's a track is formed based on a series of plots which are detected by the radar, which have a regular pattern or series that the tracker can look at and make a prediction of where it's going to go, so it can then keep a look on that target as it progresses through the space, and it will appear on the screen as a symbol. I think Mr. Smith showed on his Terma video recordings the difference between that and the video blob that you get on the 511, and it would then travel with the aircraft across the screen, following the aircraft's flight or trajectory, which is the normal thing that we'd expect. And it's the same thing as when you saw on the S511 videos, the slashes going along the screen with the aircraft. The track would be made from those slashes and be represented by a symbol rather than just video. The track seduction, that's in the sense of the term seduction, what it means is that there's another element of video or detection within the radar which appears larger than the detection from the track that you've got already in terms of amplitude in the signals in the receiver. And as the track comes past it, because the track is looking forward to see where the next predicted position of the aircraft might be, this other detection might be within that window of view. And if it is, it will look at it and it will do a amplitude comparison, and it will think that the largest one is its aircraft, because trackers believe that aircraft present the largest returns. And so what would happen is that the tracker would then think that the aircraft that was in position A is now in this position B of this other large piece of clutter, and it would then present the track on the screen with effectively a jump to a different position, because the larger return has seduced the tracker to thinking it's over there. And that jump in terms of position is difficult for controls to work with, because it's not where it was expected to be. But also it could represent, because of the sudden change, a sudden acceleration in the speed that's portrayed by that track, which is another phenomenon of track seduction. And so again, it would confuse the controller, because he's no longer certain of what's going on. But he might think that the aircraft has made some move that he's not aware of, as an example. And he might then make a decision to protect other aircraft because of it, and make a wrongly informed decision, which could have a serious impact. I'm not suggesting this happens every day. These are just the things that could happen in the worst case scenario. And then once it's gone past that point, the aircraft is, because the aircraft's on its normal track, the tracker will then see a different position, and then it will move it back to the original position. So it'd be like sort of going down a line and going off to the right and then going back in and going carry on back down again. If that makes sense. Which is obviously not very good, and it's even more exacerbated when you have turbine blades generating large elements of clutter which appear also to be moving, because then it generates another track across those movements as well, and you've got speed differentials which cause other issues within that track movement. So it is a complex thing when we talk about track seduction.
Yes, and thank you for that. Now, there's also been discussion about optimization, and what is that process, optimization?
So optimization of a radar is done in a number of ways, and as Mr. English did quite rightly put out, that is what is done when you put a radar in its new environment for the very first time. And the manufacturing engineers will install their radar, and they will look at all the processing and look at all the background and things that are going on in the normal environment, and they will set the parameters within there to give you the best balance of, if you like, force, target or clutter, depending on the system, and the greatest probability of detection of aircraft that you can get within that environment. There are a number of things in there which impact how that is done, such as hills, trees, buildings, wind turbines, sea, and so on. And they can do all this at the onset. And so at that point, you then have a stable operating environment to which you can then test with your flight trial to confirm what that performance is. And then the airport can say, well, this is what we've got, this is how it works, it meets our requirements. And we're happy now to ask the regulator for approval. And we can prove it because we've got the evidence from that particular flight trial and all the leading evidence that we may have got from any engineering tests leading up to it. And that, in the case of the airport, has included a number of wind farms that are currently visible on their radar, and that has included some significant process on behalf of the terminal engineer in making sure that the processing around those turbines do achieve the best solution in terms of performance and continuation of any aircraft within the facility.
Sorry, I'm just saying, on you go, Mr. Friday.
Well, thank you. And so that's now where we are, and that's our baseline position, and that's our known situation. And part of that also defines through the flight trial what your base of what's called solid radar cover, and that is the extent in range and elevation from the ground to flight level 295, which is 29,500 feet. The maximum range that the radar can achieve with a solid detection rate of, in the case of Prestwick Airport, 90% PD. And that is the baseline performance, and with that, the controllers can then determine the appropriate services they can provide within that, because that's the certainty that they have. Obviously, the train is going to impact on what that is in all the areas. Would you test all those areas? No, you don't. You test the beam by finding out what that solid base of cover is in the clear, so that you can see what the potential performance is. You would then do a ground assessment to adapt that to your ground coverage, because ground coverage, as we know, is undulating in different aspects of the forward rotation of the antenna. But at the end of the day, it's a stable position, and we know the base of cover in 360 degrees to flight level 295. When we make a change into the radar, we would check that in some way that performance is maintained. It depends on what that change is. It may be an electronic test. It may be a period of just recording and monitoring. And it could be up to another full flight trial, depending on what the change actually was. And this is allowed for in the regulatory requirements. And indeed, in some cases, it's almost necessary. In the case of adding a wind turbine to an operational radar, and I believe, so I'm not aware of any other ones, that this is probably the first time that this will happen in an operational radar. All the other ones that I know of, all the terminal ones certainly, have been optimized with radars already in place. So this will in fact most definitely be the first test, I suppose. And in the case of the Terma radar, it is necessary then to understand in that area that the wind farm is going to be precisely what is happening, as opposed to the estimations that we made based on the flight trial results, because as we say, they don't cover every single area of concern. So because there's going to be a turbine built in that area, it is necessary for the controllers to understand what's going to go on in that area, because this is going to change it. And this is the reason why it becomes an area of interest, is because we don't know what's going to happen until it's there. It really is that straightforward. It's not a case of do we fly airplanes over there, it's a case of we need to know what is going to happen in that area. And so it's reasonable, I believe, to examine that prior to it, because it may not have been assessed properly in the first place, because of obvious reasons. Now, as Mr. English said, that has been optimized at the beginning, so why do we need to recheck it? And the reason is, in my belief, unique in the Terma radar in this case, because of the way the Terma radar actually deals with the clutter in different environments. And without going into too much technical detail, essentially the Terma radar has two distinct video channels. And this is technology that's born out of their naval marine sort of products. And the ground video environment is based on map references that show things that are going to be returned based on ground returns, such as trees, buildings, etc., etc., and the ground, in fact, itself. So a large hill mountain could itself cause a return. And in fact, some of these returns are used for alignment purposes by generating what's called a permanent return, or a permanent echo on the display screen. And they would have been optimized based on that being in the ground environment. The air video is the air where it expects things like aircraft to be moving around, and not wind turbines or anything of the like. And so the air video is then optimized for air traffic in that environment. And it is able to distinguish between the two and manage the output to give the best results to the display screen. Now, the complication which comes in, and again, this is new to me, and this is what I learned by watching the Terma engineers over a number of occasions doing this, is when they've now put something else into that environment, which in this case is the wind turbines, they then have to look at that processing quite carefully, because the wind turbines are now both in the ground video and in the air video because of the very nature of what they are. Excuse me a moment.
Yeah, well, Mr. Feigl, maybe you could help us here just by explaining the process of optimization so far as the Terma radar is concerned. You'll have heard Mr. Inglis's evidence that it involves merely entering the coordinates for the turbines on the map. And you will remember the evidence which we looked at with Mr. Inglis, which is the response received from Mr. Rees about the process where Mr. Rees said part of the radar processing is maintaining an internal map where position and shape of turbines are registered to mark plots arising from these as originating from wind turbines and thus being excluded from the tracking process. Now, in your experience of working with the engineers at Prestwick, how is the process actually carried out?
Okay, so that's moving sort of forward onto where I was leading to. So that process would be going into those video channels and looking to see where those turbines are in the video channels, and then marking them in that map to say that is where that turbine is. And because it's video, it is very definitely visible within those maps, so they can then mark it. And by marking it, what they mean is to effectively draw a circle around it, and drawing a circle around it to allow it to be processed in a different way. So the first option would be to draw it around to allow it to be processed in the air channel rather than the ground channel. And that's what they term in their documentation about masking it to allow it through the CFAR process. And by doing that, it allows you then to watch what the turbine's doing and then adopt a process to it to stop it being output as a real target. And that's the first step, and that's the most efficient step that the Terma radar can make. And if that works without any other effects, then that's the first stop, if you like. If there's anything then that's being brought through that video channel because of the changing of this parameter, those things may then start to impact on how well that second process starts to work, and it might cause it to have other problems. Then they have to go in and look at those problems and deal with those and try and remove them. And in some cases, this is something they call blanking of the areas or blanking of the problems, which takes that little problem away and then leaves the turbine to be processed efficiently in the way that it needs to be done. That process in itself will take some of the performance away from the radar, but it's much less than it is by allowing us to deal with the radar, the turbines in the first place. So that's one turbine. When we go to the next turbine, we have to then look at that and then also have that same consideration. But then there's a step of looking, are we having any issues with the adjacent turbines? And these are things that will come into play at different ranges and different spacings and everything else. And they're all going to be completely different and they're all going to be unique. And if any of those interact with each other, which they call coalescing, it's when those two join together. And it was kind of inferred in Mr. Rees's letter that we talked about the separation values of 2.5 beam widths and 3 range cells, is if these fit within any of those parameters, they could potentially appear to be one and the same thing. or they could just appear to be a continuation of a track and fool the Terma tracker to thinking that these are actually moving in space because they're kind of popping across the turbines. And so they have to then deal with that problem, and there's another process that deals with that. If for any reason that can't work and it can't work efficiently and they can't stop that from happening, the next option is to then blank out that area completely from the video. And that then takes away that whole area where there'll be no detection whatsoever in it because they can't do anything with it. And that is alluded to in the processes that they've talked about in their white paper, and indeed they talk about it in other documents too. And so to say it just marks it out is a fairly straightforward statement, and that is essentially what they do. But then you have to make sure that having done that, it is working properly in that specific environment, and to make sure that all of these other things aren't causing any further impact. And I've seen that, and it's quite a process. It's very clever, it's very intuitive, and it certainly is the best approach I've seen at the moment of dealing with wind turbines in the environment that we have.
And so it's a much more complicated process than simply inputting data coordinates for the
potentially, yeah, and it all depends on the individual environment. It could be quite straightforward, and it might not be quite straightforward. The truth is, you just don't know until you do it.
Okay. But the net result of the optimization process is that we produce a screen such as the screens which Mr. Smith spoke to when we looked at how the new Terma screens will appear, where we didn't see any clutter appearing on the screen.
That's exactly right, yes. That's what we're aiming to do.
Now, you mentioned in the course of your answer there, flight trials. What regulatory requirements do we look to when considering the concept of flight trials?
So again, referring back to CAP 670 CD 9.3, there are references in there that include the requirement to do that.
All right. Which paragraphs would you like to take us to?
Yes, just 1 moment. So we go again to SURE, I think it's SURE 12.1 again.
So that was electronic page 469.
Yeah. Performance assessments may compromise of flight trials, targets of opportunity traffic analysis, using both manual and automated means of assessment. It is also necessary to assess the ongoing performance of surveillance systems once commissioned and put into service, and when changes are introduced into existing systems.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other paragraphs there we should look at?
There's a number of paragraphs within that section that would give us some information about how we do certain things.
If we were to look at, for example, paragraph 12.7, which is on the next page.
Yes. So their performance of surveillance systems shall be verified by the ANSP by actual measurement, i.e. not solely by simulation models, using the data available at the output of the surveillance systems, and refer to Annex A to SURE 12 for a schematic of the surveillance system. And so it's saying, yes, you can't do it all by modelling, you have to do some other actual testing.
All right, thank you. And we looked yesterday, or I looked yesterday with Mr. Inglis at the ICAO publication doc 8071, which is CD 9.2. What role might it play?
Just give me a moment.
The CD 9.2.
I seem to have CD 9.2 as the maths part 1.
Oh, sorry. It's 9.20. Sorry, that one.
9.20. Sorry. Yep. Okay, I've got that one. So that is referred to in the CAPs as being the baseline performance that we need to do to test radio navigation aids. This is, yes, a very old document. It hasn't changed forever, and it still remains the baseline process of testing navigators that we go to. Yes, we know that CAP 670 is born on top of that, and CAP 670 is the ultimate regulatory requirement to be met, but it does allow us to use the guidance in here to determine how much or how little we decide to test, and what sort of tests that we would do.
All right, thank you. And we've also looked in during the inquiry at CAP 764. What role might it play?
So CAP 764 is
that's CD 9.4.
So CAP 764 is a guidance document on the elements of impacts of wind turbines on a number of CNS systems, and gives guidance on how the ANSP and the airports go about their business, which I believe is an informatory document for external users to refer to give an indication of the things that they should be considering when applying for something like this, and should use that as a means to understand what it is the ANSP needs to do. And I presume to prompt them to get to talk to each other, I guess.
Yeah, okay. And if we were to look at paragraph 1.22 of that document, which is on electronic page 18.
Yes.
What role does that play in the regulatory process?
So again, we're a service provider is to make a change to equipment or operational procedures in order to safely accommodate a wind turbine development, and the following must be addressed. And
Okay,
the service provider. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Rain.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I don't think we need you to read it all out, but we can refer to it later there to see the requirements which have to be considered.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's all the changes because of wind turbines, effectively.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if I could ask you please to have before you another document we've looked at in the course of the inquiry, which is the airport's safeguarding process, which is GPA 22.
I'm just struggling a moment to get hold of it. Just a moment. GPA
22.
Yeah, I have that now, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Now, you remember I discussed this with Mr. Inglis earlier today, and I looked at step 6, which is conducting the baseline PD flight trial. Why is that stage or that step included in the safeguarding assessment process?
So as I tried to allude to before in the optimization of an addition, is that area would have been optimized for that environment, and we're going to change that environment, and we're going to change the processing that's going to be into it. So the airport's position is that they would like to confirm what that performance is in and around that wind farm, that area before the wind turbine appears, so they can draw a baseline on what it was before they started. And by understanding what it was before they started, they can then do an assessment of what the impact of the turbines are once they're in place and the optimization has been completed, to ensure that as a result of that, that any loss or degradation caused by that turbine is either as low as can be reasonably expected and meets their requirements still, or doesn't. And it has a twofold use. It allows the airport to confirm that everything's been done properly, but also by doing the baseline, it allows them to provide the applicant with this is what we had, this is what we've lost, and it's within the acceptable means and it satisfies our requirement. Thank you very much. We're all good to go. If you don't do that, and there's a reason why the airport decide that it's not working as intended and it's not doing what we expect it to, there's no way of telling whether it was like that before or afterwards, because once they're built, it's obviously too late. and that will then cause an issue of discussion either commercially or technically between the parties, which is not what the airport want to do. They want to be able to say, we've done everything we can and we're happy, we're good to go. And without that, you don't have any mechanism of proving what you've achieved or not achieved. But also the other part of that is, of course, once you put those turbines in, and we've mentioned it before with Mr. Ingles yesterday, there are other effects that the radar can't fully cope with, which are then residual into the coverage space, which then allows the airport to see what it is that they might have to address going forwards and put back and repair the damage that might have caused. So it has a number of functions, not just to be awkward. It's just there to make sure that we understand what's going on properly within that environment.
Okay, and then we looked at step 15 with, or I looked at that with Mr. Ingles to undertake the confirmatory flight trial, and he thought that was a reasonable step. Now, looking at this process as a whole, Mr. Fido, and drawing upon the experience you've spoken to of working with wind farm operators and airport operators, how does this compare to other safeguarding processes you've seen?
To my knowledge and experience, it's very similar in most of those cases. And indeed, I've recently gone through this process with another airport over on the East Coast who have just almost commissioned another radar over there, and they have wind farms in their environment. And the flight trial specification was drawn up to include the standard orbits, the standard DOC, and the standard serials that we've talked about already, but also included a number of specially designed waffle patterns to confirm the performance of the specific wind farms.
Well, I'll come on. I want to ask you about the waffle pattern, Mr. Fido, but in those other examples which you referred to, did they also include baseline probability of detection flight trials?
In that case, there wouldn't have been a baseline because they'd already got a radar there, so they would have used what they had from their original radar before they replaced it, and they would have done, in the course of installing it, they would have done what Mr. Inglis referred to as engineering trials, and the engineering trials go in there to ensure that they've configured the radar as good as they can before they go to flight trial, because the last thing you want to do is have to repeat the flight trial if it fails. And so they would have used the engineering flight trials as a baseline and the information that they had prior to that going into service. Now, if they introduce a new wind farm, that's what they would do, I would imagine, going forwards.
Okay, thank you. And in page 32 of your report,
Yes, I have that.
At paragraph 13, it said that while the Terma radar claim that it's possible to maintain a track with reduced probability of detection, it's not guaranteed, and this will need to be measured and verified in every event. Now, you say it's not guaranteed, so that would take us to, if we look at the wind farm safeguarding assessment, step 16, step 15, and you've undertaken your confirmatory flight trial and the optimization's not worked. What does that mean? What's the consequence of that?
Well, the consequences would mean that either the optimization hasn't provided the best results that we could get, and there might be an opportunity to go back and relook at that. And again, Mr. Inglis did refer to that by saying you go back after you've commissioned it and do some other flight trials to confirm and make it better. So that is one option. Another option is that you've done everything that you can do and you still have that problem that's residual to you. You would then have to look at some other means to deal with that problem, to get over that problem.
All right, thank you. Now, you'll remember when I considered the topic of baseline flight trials with Mr. Inglis earlier today, that we looked at paragraphs, going back to CAP 670, which is CD 9.3.
Yes.
And we looked at paragraphs, sorry, on the electronic page 473, we looked at paragraph SURE 1232, if you have that.
Yes, I do.
And then we looked at paragraph SURE 1233.
Yep.
And what role do these play when it comes to considering the impact of a wind farm?
So again, depending on where the wind farm is, depending on which you apply, but in the case of a turbine, the general thing is that it's going to generate some clutter or reflection problems, or in this case, tracking or track seduction problems once they're built. And so because that might occur, we have to go in and check, and that then becomes an area of interest, because as we said before, it means that you've created an environment which is not fully understood by the controller or the end user, and so it becomes interest to make sure that we can look at and see what's going on there, and we can then deal with it in the best way that we can, whether it's from a technical, an optimization, or from an operational point of view.
Yeah. Now you've referred to it becoming an area of interest. In terms of the language which is used in paragraph 1233, how is that interest expressed?
That's expressed as areas of clutter or reflection problems.
Right. Okay, but before that, just in the top of paragraph 1233, would that be an area which you're using the word interest, but would that be an area in terms of the language used here which had become operationally significant?
Yes, I would, because as I say, we now don't know what we have there in terms of solid base of cover anymore.
Okay.
The environment has changed, and so we need to understand what that change is. And so
Right.
yes, it is significant for that reason.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier the waffle pattern for the flight trials. What is the waffle pattern?
So it's described as a waffle pattern because if you look at it, it looks like a waffle. And as Mr. Hall said, it is a series of left and right, up and down, and patterns which overlap with each other. The specific detail of that is dependent on the area of interest and the size and design of the wind farm itself. So, for example, when I did the last one, we had a few wind farms with 2 or 3 wind farm turbines within it, and it was sufficient to do a crisscross pattern over the top of the wind farm with a fly in and a fly out, because that would have been the area that the problem might have occurred. On a larger wind farm, you then express to a waffle, and the idea, as in IKO 8071 that we discussed with Mr. Inglis, and we only looked at one element of it. We didn't look at the horizontal element of it.
Okay. Well, if we just stop there and we look at IKO 8071, which is CD9 stop 20, and we looked at the figure A7 with Mr. Inglis, which is on electronic page 145.
Yes.
What role does that play? I think you were going to qualify it a bit.
Yes. So in that figure A-7, in the right-hand side is the horizontal probing, which is the angular probing, which is a form of waffle going over an area of interest. And the role that the left-hand diagram, which Mr. Ingles referred to, I think is quite correct. It goes upwards in the vertical direction because we also need to know what the impact is going upwards as well as side to side. So we need to understand the area around the turbines to see where the impact might occur. we also need to see at what level above a turbine the impact might occur. And so what we would do is we would start that at a level above the turbines, which is a safe position to start with, and do the horizontal pattern. And if we had success with that, we would then stop there and say that's working fine. If we didn't have success with that, we might then raise that up again, maybe another 500 feet, and repeat that pattern. And if we were successful, then we would stop. And that's gone.
Sorry, how common is the waffle pattern formation when carrying flight trials?
It's always been done in any flight trial that I've done with wind farms in it. It's something that NATS use as a standard approach to wind farms when they do their flight trial analysis, and they expect to see it. We put it into flight trial specification documents, which get to be seen by the CAA for approval, and it's been accepted as a process. And indeed, it started, if you recall, when we talked about the trials that we did with this Mackenzie at Prestwick many years ago. That's effectively where that waffle pattern started.
Okay, thank you. And how long does a waffle pattern flight trial take?
So that will depend, of course, on its distance from the airport that the flight trial aircraft is departing from and the size of the wind farm. But once you're over the wind farm, it can be done in a matter of an hour or 2 hours. It's not a massive amount of flying.
Okay, thank you. Now, you'll remember the discussion I had with Mr. Inglis earlier today about probability, yesterday afternoon and earlier today about probability of detection. And you obviously have said that the probability of detection relates to the aircraft. What further evidence can you give to the inquiry to support that view?
So yeah, in the, again, we refer to the Eurocontrol document.
Okay, so that's GPA 61.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, and I looked at electronic page 38 and note 6 with Mr. Inglis.
That's correct, yes, which suggests that you test it based on a flight path as a recommendation. And the reason why this is important really is the standard practice, as Mr. Inglis said, is to do a full DOC opportunity traffic analysis of all traffic in the area volume of interest, and that will take over a period of 1, 2, 3 days of recording of data. Now, the sampling of the traffic within that area is many different types of aircraft, many different sizes of radar reflection, and different speeds and different operating modes, different altitudes. But they may not cover every single area of coverage of the radar. So it is a sample, as the test says, of the overall performance of the radar in terms of detectability. And so it's a good indication that the radar is performing as it intends to do. But within the, sorry.
And we also looked at electronic page 98 with Mr. Inglis. And part 1.4.
Yep.
And we again looked here at the fact that in the second paragraph it says it's however recommended to apply a requirement per flight.
That's right, yes, yes.
Is that also in support of your view that you look at the aircraft?
Yes, we do, and I was going on to say, as part of a commissioning flight trial, and Mr. English did explain to this, and it is described in the ICAO 8071, is that you test the peripheral of the radar performance in terms of the radar beam pattern. He referred to it as a Blake chart, which is the modelling version of that. The flight trial aims to test that Blake chart is correct by flying serials over the radar head. So you go sort of 10 nautical miles to one side of the radar, by a direct line over top of the radar and out to the maximum range at a specific altitude. And once you lose that aircraft, you then come back in to test it on the inbound. And that will then give you an indication of what the maximum range is at the different altitudes. And it's going to vary at the peripherals because the beam shape does too. And the CAP 670 recommendation of 90% is also based on a target size of 1 meter squared radar cross section. And as we said in the DOT for the global, it's all sorts of different size of aircraft. And so you haven't proven that you have the coverage to 90% at the 1 meter squared target until you do these serials. And so during the flight trial, you would check the performance out of range, and you would also make an assessment of the probability of detection on each of those serials to ensure that you get your 90% of the longest range for each altitude. And what that then gives you is your baseline, excuse me, is your solid base of radar cover and to your edges, and so you know exactly where it will perform to, and so the controller can work within that solid cover, knowing that anything that he sees in there is likely to detect.
Okay, thank you very much. Now moving on to another topic, we've obviously talked about optimization of TERMA to mitigate the effect of Clauchrie. If no steps were taken to optimize Clauchrie and the clutter was let through onto the screens, what would you say the outcome of that would be? What effect would that have?
In the first instance, when we're talking about the TERMA radar and what's on the screen, it's false tracks and false target returns and track seduction and track jumps is the effect that you see, because the clutter is effectively the product of the video channels. And so what you would end up with is the uncertainty of things that appear on the screen, but without the additional sort of, if you like, visual cue from all of the clutter that you saw on the video version to indicate that that might be where a wind turbine is. In this case, you really don't know where a wind turbine is unless you've actually marked it on the screen in the first place. And so for a controller, it'll just be normal airspace, but there'll be something strange going on within it. And if they route an aircraft over top of where those turbines are now, knowing or expecting it to be okay, that's when you would start to introduce your track jumps and your track false targets and things like seduction. So it would actually be a worse case than seeing the clutter, because at least with the clutter you've got some sort of direct visual indication that there might be something wrong, so you could account for it. But in this case, you don't see it until it's actually there effectively.
All right, thank you. Now moving on to another topic, which is the capacity of TERMA. And you remember we have looked at this earlier today in the context of plots and tracks and the capacity and the processing capacity of TERMA. We had a look at the specification for the TERMA at the airport, which was GPA 18. So could I ask you to have that before you? And we looked at page 8 of 66.
Sorry, the PC is just catching up, Mr. Brown. The RAM is being used up by too many documents. Nearly there. So can you repeat the page again, please?
It's page 8 of 66.
Yes, I have that now.
Thank you. Now, my first question for you is this specification, is this the actual specification for the terminal installed at the airport?
This is the document that was issued by Terma for the Prestwick Airport, yes.
Yeah.
And used in the as a reference within the safety case for it.
Okay, thank you. So this is the information which came to the airport with the terminal.
It is.
Yeah, right. And looking at page 8, we see plot extraction up to 1,000 plots and embedded tracker 2 greater than 500 tracks. Now, could you please explain what that means for us in the context of wind farms or wind turbines?
Yes, and again, it's a difficult thing to kind of explain because it's not quite the same as it is in a traditional radar. It is subtly different, and because Terma work in the video levels, what we're talking about is the plots are the extraction of the information from the clutter or the aircraft or the turbines, and it is the plots that are used to inform the tracker of how the tracker will work. And it is those plots that are tracked in a different way that are allocated with internal tracks, but it's effectively internal plots. And it says these are to do with the wind turbines. And as we can see with the moving elements, you could have 1, 2, 3 or 4 plots per turbine potentially. Also, for every aircraft update that you have, you will have a plot for that as well. And you also get a plot for your boats, your cars, your trees, and for the permanent eco things that we talked about before, like large buildings, etc., etc. So all of those things will have some sort of plot allocation to it over the course of an update period. The track is when the tracker has looked at the plots and done its analysis on it to see if it's a moving track across space or it's a static track. And it then allocates it with a unique track number so that it can be popped out for the controller to see. That's kind of it really. So the tracks are really the output of the plot extraction, and it's the track limitation for the real tracks, which is the real issue, I suppose.
Yes, and how soon, in the context of the construction of a wind farm, how soon does Terma start to plot and track the turbine?
So essentially, you would get a fixed plot from the physical structure of the element of the turbine that the blades sit upon. Would be the first instance, and then once the blades are fitted and they start to rotate, even if it's just rotating in the wind or under power, that's at the point it will then start to generate the plot from the moving elements of it as well.
And that's an automatic process?
Yes, it will detect those, yeah.
Yeah, and if you were to optimize the radar to take out the turbine, what effect would that have on the plotting and tracking? So
you would still have the plots because that's the information that you're using to discriminate between turbines and other things. And the tracker would then deal with those plots to determine which ones of those plots are either turbines or aircraft, to ensure that the right ones come out to the controller and keep the wrong ones back in.
Okay, and as I understand it, Terma is driven by, in effect, a PC, is that right?
Effectively, it's a PC processor with memory and processing and software, yes.
And what's happening to the processing power of that PC as all of these plotting and tracking and masking out is taking place?
It's going to increase that processing usage, and quite rightly, as Mr. Ingle says at the beginning, there's usually sufficient capacity to deal with the normal environment and whatever's there at the moment. But it is starting to eat up that process, and it will continue to use that process for the time that those turbines are in that environment.
And irrespective of whether the wind farm is optimized or not, what steps, if any, can the airport take to remove that processing capacity being used up by turbines in the line of sight of the radar?
Well, you can't take it out because it's going to be there. It's going to be there forever. So it is, if you like, if you imagine that you put all these files that you've referred me to onto your PC, it's stuck on your memory on the PC, and that's a bit like the plot data in the radar is now in the PC and the radar. The difference is that when you've finished with this, you can take those files off your PC and delete them and get your space back on your computer. But in the case of the radar, it's there and you can't get rid of it. It's going to stay there forever. It's going to take up that space all the time.
All right, thank you. And take you back to your report, if I may. And what I'd like to do is take you to page 9.
Yes.
Paragraph C, which we looked at yesterday with Mr. Inglis, where you say today I've yet to discover a mitigation technique that can mitigate all wind turbine effects without some level of degradation or compromise, though the thermoscan to 4002 is probably the nearest to that ideal. Now, just before we look at that, you've referred to other solutions there, the install, the Thales and the C-speed infill. How do they compare to Terma?
At this moment in time, Terma is the only one that has been approved properly in service. I am aware that the Hensoldt radar and the Thales RNG are in the process of going through that process at the moment, and I am involved in both of those at the moment, and they each have comparable capabilities, be it of a different level of success. But I still believe that in terms of if you like, the ability to get rid of the clutter element of it, that the Terma radar is still probably the better because of its sharp and resolution that it has, because it's in the X-band, which is the advantage it has over the other two. But it's not a great deal of difference, but there are subtle differences between them.
How does it compare in terms of cost?
So in there, the Hensoldt radar, as I recall, came to offer within the process that we went through, and it was at least 300 to 400% more expensive than the Terma. The Star RNG is probably comparable, but probably a little bit more expensive. The C-speed that I've referred to there is a small infill radar, and it wouldn't do the full capability that's required because it's only based on short range. But as a small radar, it was also extremely expensive at the time, and it didn't provide the capability that we wanted. And it also had the technology within it gave it a very wide spectrum bandwidth, which meant that the annual cost of using that would have been quite expensive as well.
Right, thank you. Now, going back to the comment which you made about that you've yet to discover a mitigation technique that can mitigate all wind farm turbine effects without some level of degradation or compromise. What did you mean by that? Generally.
Just exactly that. So as I think I mentioned earlier, that once you put this physical structure in place, it takes up this area of coverage volume of space, if you like, for all time, and you can't put anything back in that space because everything has to now go either around it or over it. And from a radar point of view, you can't actually see through it or see in its place. So you've now lost that bit of space. But also, and I think Mr. Inglis mentioned it the other day, because of the physical size of it and its positions relative to where the radar is, it's going to create an effect behind it which might cause a loss of detection of aircraft. And also the physical size of it may cause some loss in the original range performance that you had before it was there,
Well,
which is degradation. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that first effect about loss behind, was that shadow? Was that what Mr. English referred to as shadow?
I believe that was a term Mr. Ingles referred to. Yes.
Yeah, and what? Just help us explain, please, that concept of shadow.
Okay. So in radar terms, it's very similar to, if I can use an analogy, if I may, let's assume that you're in a darkened wood at night, and you're looking to find your way out, and so you have your flashlight or torch. And as you know, if you have a flashlight, you have a beam of light that emits from it, which you could compare to the radio beam from the radar, looking into space in front of you to see what's there. Now, if you're looking towards the end of the forest, you can see the end of the forest quite clearly because you've got a good torch that goes through it. But as we know that the radar itself rotates, and that's what they call sweeping the beam, if you like. So if you now turn your torch from side to side to look around to see what's about you in the dark, you may happen upon a tree, maybe a large oak tree, who knows. And when you shine your torch on that tree, all you can see now is the tree, and you can't see what's behind the tree. Effectively, it's a shadow behind the tree, and the problem with that is quite simple. You can't see what's behind there, so you've lost the detection of where you are from behind it. You can only see now in front of the tree. But in terms of the issue, there might be a bear behind that tree which is coming to get you, and you won't know it until he's right on top of you. Whereas if you were looking and the bear was in the space before the tree, you'd have seen him a lot earlier, and you could have escaped or run away or something. And the same goes for the aircraft that are behind the turbines. If they're in that shadow area and they come through, they might not appear until too late, and the controller won't be aware of it. And it might then cause Mr. Smith a bit of a problem when he's vectoring his aircraft around in that particular area. Now, Mr. English said, well, they wouldn't do that because they have to fly above the obstacle. Yes, that is true. Of course they do, at the obstacle. But in the case of Clauchrie, and again, we have to look at specific environment impacts, is Clauchrie is at the top of a hill. And then beyond that, and within the range that we had before, the ground falls down, so that there could be lots of aircraft flying at lower levels, which before the turbines weren't there may have been quite visible. But now with the turbines there, which are some 650 feet above the ground, at that point, you've now lost all of that area behind it. And so it might be a significant time that you don't see something coming, whereas before you would have been aware of it. And that's what I mean by there's some degradation, because you've lost elements of your airspace, and it's not just where the turbine is, it's areas behind it which are now impacted, which stop you seeing the things that you need to see to do the job safely that you need to do.
And if you want to get that airspace back, or make it so that you could see what was happening behind in the shadow, what steps would you have to take?
Well, there are two steps. Of course, you could just remove the turbines and go back to where you were before, but that's not the practical thing to do or the sensible thing to do, because that's not what the airport's trying to do. So to get that space back, you'd have to be able to put your torch to the other side of the tree, if you like, and then look from the other side, and then pass the information back to the other side of the tree so you can see what's on both sides. And the only way you can do that is with another sensor or another technology, maybe even another radar, to look into that space to see those aircraft that were once hidden by the turbine, and that then fills that area. And I think the term that Mr. English used was radar infill, which is a common term in this environment. And then that data can be fed back to our MRT and the Wind Farm Radar Mitigation Service as an additional source of radar data, which the MRT could then fuse into a single piece of information for use by the controller. And that sense brings back some of that loss. But again, you just still lose that bit where the turbine is.
Okay, thank you. And you have covered in page 27 of your report the concept of degradation. Now, we can go to your report and see what you have to say about that there, but what impact does that degradation have on the ATS?
Well, as we sort of described it, it takes airspace away. It now, in the case of Clauchrie, when we talked about the base of solid cover, the base of solid cover at that point would have been close to the ground. But now that solid base of cover is now another 650 feet higher up in the air. And because the radar is lower than the turbines, it's looking upwards at the turbines. And so that elevation behind it rises with the position away from it. And so you lose quite a lot of coverage from behind it.
Right, thank you. And what steps could an air navigation service provider take to deal with that?
They can't do anything about anything that they can't see, but anything that they do use, they would have to then sort of either avoid it or use anything that they're using it higher up. They'd have to move their traffic higher up into the airspace so that they've got above what is now a new solid base of cover. So everything kind of moves upwards in space effectively.
Okay, thank you. And
How are we getting on? I'm just conscious that it's time and we need to take a break at some point. But if you're nearly finished, I will just keep going.
sorry, I've got one last topic I'd like to cover here, and then I'll have a look at my notes over lunchtime and see how we could curtail it, because I'm conscious Mr. MacLeod will have some growth for me, sir. So if I could just finish this one question just now, that would be helpful, sir.
Yeah, very well.
Thank you. And in page 28 of your report, you've covered radar video desensitization there, and we can go to your report and see what you have to say about that. But what impact can that have on ATS?
So it's twofold. The desensitization raises what is called the detection threshold in the radar, which is what Mr. English referred to as the constant false alarm rate process, which is done in the video elements of the radar. And it would raise it to such a level because of the magnitude of it that any small aircraft within the vicinity of that impact could be lost and not detected. But also as a physical blocking thing, it's taking all of the energy from the radar as well. So again, stopping things going from behind it.
And what steps could be taken to mitigate that effect?
There are techniques to deal with that, which is in the processing, which is clutter mapping, to identify that area and to take it away from the processing. In the Terma radar, there's the process which they've called the masking in the CFAR process, which allows the turbine to come through into what I've called the air video channel, and then that allows us to manipulate the plots derived from that to stop it being seen. But you can't do anything else about that loss.
Okay, thank you, sir. That would be a convenient place to stop. Well, it's entirely a matter for you, sir. I wonder whether we should try to start maybe about 1:45, or even sooner, depending on how you feel.
Well, I do recall that Mr. English had a train to catch and wants to hear the evidence. So if Mr.
Struggling to hear you a bit, sir.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
A bit better, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, what the issue is there. I was just saying that I'm conscious that Mr. Inglis had a train to catch and he wants to hear the evidence. So I'm content to come back at 1:45 if you are, Mr. MacLeod. And
That suits me fine, sir, yes. Could Mr. Brown give an indication? I mean, it's been a pretty long examination in chief already.
Sorry,
Mr. Brown give any sort of indication as to how long it might take to finish this off?
I would hope to finish it in 20 minutes, because I'll need to look at the calculation.
okay, well, let's come back then at 1:45.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
think you're on mute, sir.
I was. Are you ready to continue, Mr. Brown?
Yes, certainly, sir. Thank you. And I've rerun my flight path. So, Mr. Fido, I'm very keen that I finished within the 20 minutes I indicated earlier. So we'll take this quickly if we can. First of all, Mr. Fido, I'd like to ask you about the replacement of Terma. Now, Miss Mackenzie has said that she would expect that the lifespan would be between 15 to 20 years. What's your view of the lifespan of Terma?
Yes, that's a good estimate to base your calculations on, because elements of it will, from a technology point of view, become obsolete and need to be changed in the course of time. Elements of it could be extended to last longer, but generally 10 to 15 years is a reasonable lifespan for that sort of technology.
So you're saying, just to be clear about that, Mr. Fido, 10 to 15 years?
Yes, that's a good indication, yes.
Now, so far as the existing PS511 is concerned, that's been in operation for about 30 years at the airport. What has made the difference?
It's an older technology. It's had a number of upgrades over the years, and it's able for technicians to go in and maintain it, and parts can be rebuilt on that, which don't have any of this modern technology in it and don't limit elements of its life.
Okay, thank you. And when it comes to replacing Terma, what are the likely issues for the airport at that point in time?
So there's a number of issues that we need to consider. The first is obviously the environmental that might impact it, in terms of how many wind turbines are out there and how that has changed. The shopping list that Mr. English referred to, what is that technology? Is it now available or not? And if it is available, is it different? If it is available, is it applicable to what needs to be done in 15 years' time? And what the potential cost of that might be. But also to remember that if the turbine's there, the choices that we would have would be much wider, and that shopping basket potentially much bigger. With the turbines, it limits that shopping basket, and of course might drive the cost.
Okay, I don't propose to take you to it, but you'll remember that in the course of the inquiry, we've looked at a map which shows wind farm developments at various stages. We've got some which are operational, some which are in the planning process, some which are at scoping. Do you remember seeing that?
I do, yes.
And you remember that, in effect, what we have is potentially a flank of, well, we've got some wind farms already, but if they all came to fruition, we would have a flank of wind farm development on the southeast of the airport. If all of that came to fruition and the airport was looking at replacing Terma, what effect would that flank have upon the technology requirements?
So the flank there, as we've said, is a limitation of the Terma radar in its current environment. So a replacement might still have the same problems, and therefore you'd have to augment that with other technologies to, as we talked earlier, look in the shadows behind it and to replace the degradation that they have caused.
And what sort of technologies might you be looking at?
There's a number of technologies. Mr. English referred to radar infill, which is another sensor conveniently located so that it's not impacted by the turbines, which then requires a data feed back to the multi-radar tracker, which in itself has annual costs associated with that. There might be other mitigation technologies on the market at the time, which then can also be augmented into it. And in the future, who knows, the whole environment might change and we have to do something completely different. We don't know.
Okay, thank you. And sir, just for the purposes of the recording, that map is GPA 21F. And when it comes to Terma reaching the end of its lifespan, and if the airport was to look at replacing Terma with another Terma, do you anticipate that there might be any costs associated with that replacement which are specific to particular wind farms such as Clauchrie, if it's built?
Well, yes, because the optimization process in the older system may not be compatible with the newer system. So there'll be software changes, there'll be re-optimization again of each of those wind turbines. And that in itself takes a period of time, and also then the extended testing of it to ensure that what you've replaced with it does as well as it did before you replaced it.
All right, and what is it you're drawing upon in offering that view?
Over the years, we've seen radars change from time to time, and we've seen technology change from time to time. And the example I gave is very similar to your Windows operating environment on your PC, to go back to that one. So in the old days, it was Windows 3.1. If you bought a computer today, 3.1 just wouldn't work on it. So you would have to buy the Windows 10 version to go on the new laptop. And it's that sort of change that we're talking about in the technology that's available for those sort of functions.
All right, thank you. Now, you remember that yesterday afternoon I had some questions for Mr. Inglis about electronic conspicuity and the fact, and the question was whether additional sensors might be required if EC is mandated to look behind Clauchrie because the signals might be blocked by the shadow of Clauchrie. And Mr. Inglis expressed some surprise that your view may be that you needed additional sensors in there. What would you say to justify the need for additional sensors?
So in the context of my original report, the SSR I was talking about was the one that's currently in existence, isn't influenced by Clauchrie. However, in the case of EC, the system that would be implemented by the airport would be relevant to the airport, and the sensors that they use would be conveniently positioned to give the right coverage for the airport. In the case when there are now turbines in that coverage, in those areas behind the trees that we talked about, where you can't see things and blocking, some of those may not be visible to this technology. Now, I accept from Mr. Ingles' response that some EC use different technology, and that wouldn't be a problem, and that is quite true. But there are still going to be lots of examples where the aircraft is still using the technology that needs line of sight communication with that system, and the turbines will prevent those from doing that in those sort of conditions. And so you need to put extra sensors beyond the term, a bit like a radar infill, but it's another sensor. And again, it has the data communications requirement back to the MRT to allow it to communicate, which again is land rental, license, security, data feeds, annual costs that go with that as well.
And was that aircraft fitted with, was it Mode S?
That's aircraft fitted with SSR systems and Mode S systems, yes.
Okay. Now, we obviously have obtained in the course of the inquiry the response from Mr. Rees in relation to various questions which were put to him, and I don't propose to take you to it, but for the record, it's CD 929. In general terms, Mr. Fido, what is your overview of Mr. Rees's response?
So in terms of the response, it answered the questions that were asked, and it suggested that, as per the question, that it requires site-specific attention to the details of that to ensure that any modelling work is as accurate as it can be, and that those site-specific variations need to be considered for each individual option, and that also indicates to me that there might be some additional optimization required because of that, and the optimization may vary depending on those specific specifications.
All right, thank you. Now, there was one part of Mr. Rees's response which I was interested in asking about, and that is on page 3, and I'll just read it to you, but it's an answer to question 2, and it's on page 3, and in the top row, it's the second paragraph, where Mr. Rees says, if a new wind farm is introduced into the radar coverage after the system has entered operational service, we recommend a new assessment and optimization of the radar with focus on the new wind farm. Now, thinking about the safeguarding assessment process for the airport, which we've looked at earlier today, which is GPA 22. You wanted to have that?
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, when Mr. Rees talks about a new assessment and optimization of the radar, can you identify for us where on the safeguarding assessment process Mr. Rees is suggesting that their involvement would start?
I would suggest that would be in step 8, conduct a term model radar modelling assessment being the first point of that.
Right. Okay, thank you. Now, one of the other issues which came out of Mr. Rees's response is the explanation which he has given for the resolution of factors. I remember that I looked at those with Mr. English earlier today, and so they are the resolution factors which are on page 2 of the response, and it's the last 2 paragraphs in the second row, where I had looked at these with Mr. English earlier today, and I'll not go back to them now, but Mr. Fido, you heard I had to put the calculation to Mr. English to be fair to the applicant about it. You heard me put that calculation to Mr. English for the purposes of making progress this afternoon. Having heard me put that calculation to Mr. English, are you happy that that was the calculation you conducted?
No, that's absolutely the calculation that I conducted, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. And is there anything you would wish to modify or amend in anything I put to Mr. English?
No, I believe you put it a fair representation of what I'd done, yes.
And are there any particular points to be drawn out of the approach which Mr. English took to the calculation?
So my understanding was that his calculation hadn't fully considered the separation calculation that Mr. Rees had provided in his response, and his calculation of the impact on the PD was focused on the entire declaration of operational coverage. In other words, the whole coverage all the way around the radar, and hadn't focused on the specific problem, which is the Clauchrie turbine, which is the focus of everybody's attention.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear about the first part of that answer, what you were referring to as being omitted by Mr. English would be the resolution factors which Mr. Rees had supplied.
That's correct, Mr. Brown. Yes, the 2.5 and the 3 times. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, very quickly, on the question of the applicant being able to microsite turbines, i.e. move them within about 50 metres of the intended location at the moment, why is it important that the airport knows of the final site as quickly as possible?
Well, as we saw from that analysis that you did with Mr. English earlier, that the changing of those positions, even by 50 metres, if they're in opposite directions, is effectively a cumulative of 100 metres, and 100 metres could make a significant difference to that modelling, and therefore it's necessary to understand it to ensure that the modelling is absolutely correct in the first place.
Yes, and I think you said earlier that the airport would wish to know that as soon as possible because the turbines would start to appear as clutter on the radar screens.
That's correct, yes.
Even just when the tower of the turbine was erected, it would start to appear.
Start to cause a problem, yes, that's correct.
Okay, now we've talked about the process of optimizing once the turbines are in place, but what if those turbines are to be removed at some point?
So one of the processes they do is they allow the video levels from the turbines into the air video channel to be tracked and maintained, which is, as we said before, the best way of doing it. If that's employed and that's left without the turbine there, it's effectively open a window and letting all the wind and all the noise in to the processing, which then generates the desensitization effect on the radar, and then may start to impact on the other processing that we've done for the remaining turbines, and it might then impact a new effect that we hadn't seen before, and then we'd have to go back in and take that optimization out and then just check that the surrounding optimization is still valid.
So you'd have to reverse the process, in effect?
Effectively, yes.
Now, one of the lines of questioning which was put to Ms. Kilpatrick yesterday was the use of the word maintenance. And of course, that word appears, as we've looked at before, in the airport's inquiry statement. And of course, it's step 16 on the safeguarding assessment process that there should be ongoing maintenance of wind farm radar mitigation system through the life of the wind farm. When the word maintenance has been used in the inquiry statement and in that safeguarding process, what do you understand the meaning to be?
For me, that's got two distinct meanings. The obvious one, which we've talked about, is the maintenance of equipment, which is what the airport do every day. The second part is it's maintaining that capability overall to make sure that they can continue to have what they had to start with, whether that's by putting new systems in or by further work, further optimization. It's maintaining that capability as it is today in the future.
So all those two meanings, the meaning which might be given to the word maintenance in a regulatory sense and the meaning which was given in the latter sense there you had about making sure the capability is maintained, which of those two is the airport referring to when it uses the word maintenance?
I believe it's referring to the latter of those, which is the capability maintenance.
And earlier this morning, there's a point I was to clarify in your evidence. You talked about another airport you've been working with where there's been an installation of radar and flight trials have been conducted. So presumably that radar is now operational. If that airport was faced with a situation where there was a proposed wind farm development which would come into the line of sight of the radar, what steps would you expect that airport to take?
I would expect them to follow the same process that Prestwick Airport have chosen to do.
Okay, so that would take them through the radar line of sight analysis, considering whether there's an operational impact, engaging with the developer and so on, and conducting baseline probability of detection flight trials?
I would expect that to happen, yes.
Okay. Now, finally, Mr. Fido, we've talked about, and you finished off just before lunch in your evidence, about the fact that you can deal with the clutter, I think, as you said in your report, but because very often people are focused on the clutter, the other issues which arise can be overlooked, such as shadowing, degradation, and video desensitization. What sort of technology might the airport require to deal with those effects?
So as we said, the thermal radar itself couldn't deal with all of those effects because they are systematic of that environment. So you'd have to add other sensors, which we refer to as infill, other technologies, other methods of seeing the other side of the turbines, and to replace any lost range detection and low-level solid radar cover that we've lost, and feed those back into the MRT to upgrade and reconfigure that MRT to accept those. And that would include, obviously, as I said, all those data links and services required to support those.
Okay, and I think you mentioned earlier that, sorry, and to what extent would the airport have to invest in any of that technology were it not for wind farms or wind turbines?
Well, they would only invest in a standard PSR that's, you know, what we have today without turbines. there wouldn't be any need for all that extra infill and connected, even shared data from other sources. So it's over and above what you would do normally by a significant amount, I would suggest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fido. If no further questions, and that was exactly 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. If I could turn it to Mr. McLeod then for your cross-examination, please, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me okay, sir?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
And you too, Mr. Fido?
Yes, Mr. McLeod, good to meet you.
Afternoon. I wanted to start, I'm going to try and do this reasonably quickly, and I'm going to try and avoid going over evidence that we've heard already during the inquiry, although there is obviously a degree of overlap between your evidence and some of the evidence of other parties, but we'll try and keep it relatively focused. I wanted to start, though, by talking about your precognition and the issue of electronic conspicuity. And if we could look, please, at paragraph 6.
Yes.
You say there that SPR claims that in the future PSR will be limited to UK defence purposes because of the introduction of EC, will remove the requirement for PSR. However, there is no guarantee that will happen. Now, you've read Ms. Mackenzie's inquiry report. Would you not agree that looking at pages 7 to 9, it suggests a direction of travel that it will happen at some point in time?
Yes, and I can accept that that's what she said. My statement at the time was that we could see no progress of it at the time, and with the evidence that she's provided, and if that is the track that the CAA are taking, then it possibly can happen in the future, yes.
So you're willing to accept that there, sorry, there's a bit of feedback there. You're willing to accept that there has been progress, and it is more likely than not that electronic conspicuity will happen?
I can't say for sure that it's more likely or not. I know that some progress has been made. I don't believe there's a huge progress based on where we are at the moment, but I believe that it's likely to, but I couldn't say whether it's more likely or not more likely.
But do you maintain your position from paragraph 2 of your precognition that all decisions in relation to the airport's radar must accord with the regulatory requirements at the time the decisions are made, rather than what the regulations may be at some point in the future?
I do, yes. The airport, if they're making decisions today, have to apply with the regulations of today. You can't guarantee what's going to happen in the future, and to do so might not allow you to get the approval of that in the first instance.
And when you refer to decisions, do you include the decision on whether to grant consent for this wind farm?
No, I'm talking about the decisions that the airport make when they make decisions about their equipment that they're going to use at that time.
Okay. So you accept then that, or do you accept that it's appropriate for the reporter to reach a view on the likelihood of electronic conspicuity in the future?
Yes, I believe that the reporter can make that view, yes.
Okay. That's helpful. Now, in your precognition at paragraph 25, you talk about the performance of Terma, and you say it's known, the performance of Terma is known for the current environment thanks to extensive optimization and testing. What is the performance of Terma in relation to the area of the Clauchrie wind farm development? What probability of detection do you have for that area?
So based on the flight trial, as I said before, which demonstrates the peripherals of the radar beam, we know that the radar beam will achieve a set range with a set probability of detection, clearly subject to the terrain limitations. And at that point above it, that is well into the strongest point of the beam. So at that point above the ground, I would expect that to be in the order of 90% at least. Now, without the sound.
So at least 90%. But do you actually know what figure it is, or not?
No, we don't know exactly what figure it is now, because we don't test every single piece of airspace. Otherwise, we would be flight testing the radar for the whole of its life before it's convinced that it's all done. So it is based on a estimation of the performance based on that flight trial result.
And have you tested particular areas within the DOC?
Yes, there would be areas within those flight trials that have been specifically targeted, and they are areas that may appear on that list that we referred back to in CAP 670. And there would be areas that are of interest to the controllers in the things that they do, and also any areas that were understood to be of concern in the previous radar, yes. And that probably wouldn't have been one of them at the time.
So it's not the area around Clauchrie is not an area of concern for the airport at the moment.
No, because there's no additional clutter there other than what they're used to. So it is pretty normal.
Well, I'll tell you. Let's have a look at CAP 670, because we were going to come to that in a minute anyway. So that's CD 9.3.
I have that.
We've got that. And I think if people are working from the electronic version, I wanted to have a look at some section you've looked at before already, which is section 12, SUR 12, which I think is on, sorry, just bear with me, 469.
Yes, I have that.
You've got that as well, sir? Yeah. And you were asked a number of questions by Mr. Brown about this morning, and I think he took you to 12.1, 12.2, 12.7 and others. We didn't look at 12.4, and I was just interested to know why, because you'll see from 12.4 it says that although some requirements in the document commonly apply to any test of a similar nature, it does not specify the requirements concerning tests conducted to assess performance of surveillance systems to address a specific problem, e.g. wind turbine interference and interference testing. Can you just explain what that means and why, or what relevance the reporter should place on it?
So I think what you're saying is that this says that it's of a similar nature, which is of a similar nature to what they've got at the moment. And so it wouldn't be appropriate to do any specific testing. And they're talking about specific testing with referral to wind farms, which is suggesting that they would be separate testing.
Separate testing for that?
Yep. Okay.
So are you saying then that SUR 12 is relevant to the consideration of the issues before this inquiry?
Yes, it is in the sense of the radar operating as it's intended to normally, but not specifically to wind turbines in that case.
Okay. Let's then look at SUR 12.32, which is on electronic page 473. And you've been taken to this in the following paragraph by Mr. Brown. So, tests shall be conducted to prove the required level of detection within the coverage volume defined by the operational requirement. As the system provides, on to the next paragraph, as the system provides a large coverage volume, and it might be impractical to conduct practical tests at whole coverage volume, tests shall at least cover detailed analysis into operationally significant areas. And then there's a list which we've looked at before. Now, it talks about areas with clutter or reflection problems, not simply areas with clutter. Do you accept that there is a distinction?
Yes, clutter and reflection are two different things, but reflection does cause clutter as well.
Sorry, my fault in the way I asked the question. Do you accept that there is a difference between clutter, areas with clutter, and areas with clutter problems?
So is this areas with clutter or area with clutter problems? Is that what you mean?
We'll try it again.
We were talking about reflections a moment ago and clutter. Now we're talking clutter.
Let's try it again. So what this paragraph is talking about is the requirement to undertake detailed analysis into operationally significant areas. It then tells us what those areas are, and it says that it will include as appropriate, fourth bullet point down, areas with clutter or reflection problems. Now, do you read that as saying areas with clutter problems or reflection problems, or do you simply read it as areas with clutter are operationally significant?
It means both of those, and all I added to it was a reflection can also cause clutter.
Yes, well, we don't need to worry about reflection in this case, I don't think.
No, because there's no turbines there and there's no clutter either.
No, but trying to focus on the question at hand, do you say that an area with clutter is operationally significant per se, or does the clutter have to cause a problem for it to be operationally significant area?
The clutter has to be there and recognised and seen for the airport to investigate to see what the impacts of that clutter is. And by having to do that, it creates a significant area because of the clutter.
Well, let's have a look at SUR 13.22. See if that can give us any further assistance. That's electronic page 485. Is actually, to be fair, let's start with 484 because this is a section. Just check the reporter has that.
Yes.
Yeah. Section headed operational mitigations, tolerating clutter, where wind turbine effects are tolerated. Local safety assessment shall justify ability to provide service in a safe manner without the need to apply special procedures or mitigation techniques. Human factors consideration shall be given due consideration. And then 1322, the following shall be taken into account in the assessment. 1, the nature and extent of the effects. 2, the operational significance of the area affected. Now, if an area with clutter was operationally significant in its own right, paragraph 2 would not be necessary, would it?
I believe it would be, yes.
Why?
Because if you don't have clutter, then an area may not be of significance. When you introduce a clutter, you introduce a problem to the controller, and so it becomes significant for him to understand what that problem is, and that by itself generates it into a significant area of interest, which needs to be examined. And that's the reason for doing it.
Well, surely when we look at 13.22, what it's talking about is areas of clutter in the first place. Would you accept that?
It's talking about tolerating clutter, yes.
So to tolerate clutter, there must be clutter there in the first place, yes?
But it says the turbine effects that are tolerated. So it's talking about when the turbines are there.
Yeah, that's fine. We are talking about We are talking about turbines. The heading of the paragraph or the section is tolerating clutter. So everything that follows on deals with a situation where there are turbines present and there is clutter on the screen. Agreed?
That is what it's suggesting, that the clutter is generated by the turbines which are there, yes.
It then tells us in 1322 that when considering clutter on the screen, you must take into account a number of things. That includes the operational significance of the area affected, yes?
Yes, that's what it says, yes.
If an area with clutter was operationally significant simply because it had clutter, paragraph 2 would not be necessary, would it?
In the case that we're talking about, when there is clutter generated by turbines, yes, there is. And in paragraph 1, it says the nature and extent of the effects. So we need to understand what the nature and extent of those effects are. If we don't know what they are, how can we manage it? How can we control it? It's just a dangerous position to be in.
I think we may be talking at cross purposes here, Mr. Fido. I'd understood your evidence was that simply because clutter existed on a screen, that area immediately became operationally significant. Is that your evidence?
That's what we're saying, is that when a clutter appears that wasn't there before, that then becomes an area of significance to be investigated, to understand what the problem is. Once it's been investigated, then we can work out what we can do with it and what we can't do with it, or if we need to do something else to it. And in the case of turbine clutter, it's doing something about it.
But I think we may have it the wrong way, or you may have it the wrong way around with respect, because what this tells us is that you start by recognizing the fact that there is clutter. You then consider whether the area is operationally significant. That is what 2 is saying. It's not saying that because clutter arrives, the area immediately becomes operationally significant. It's saying that when clutter is there, you must consider whether it is operationally significant.
Which is why you need to go and look at it to find out what is going on. So until you've done that investigation, it is significant. And once you've done your investigation, you can determine what the significance is. And then you can determine what it is that you need to do about it to mitigate that clutter.
Okay, we've probably taken that about as far as we can, but I wanted to look at the operational significance of this area and the area around it in more general terms. You've given evidence this afternoon, about the issue of shadowing behind the Clauchrie wind farm, or proposed Clauchrie wind farm. Can you just tell me where in your inquiry report or recognition that's dealt with, please?
I believe that the term of shadowing was Mr. Inglis's input, and we were reacting to that. My reference to that, although not specific, was in the degradation effects that weren't considered beyond the clutter.
Where about in the inquiry report was that?
So there's a number of references in my report that refers to degradation and other effects that aren't referenced by
Shadowing in particular.
No, as I said, we didn't mention shadow in specific terms. That term was raised by Mr. Inglis in his cross-exam with Mr. Brown, I believe.
Well, independent of Mr. Inglis' evidence to this inquiry, you are advising both your clients and providing expert evidence to the inquiry. If shadowing was an area of significant concern to you professionally, you should have disclosed it in your inquiry report, shouldn't you?
It would have been prudent of me to do that, yes, and not just said that there was other conditions that we should also consider. And that's my naivety of this process, and I apologise for that.
Well, there's no need for an apology about any naivety. You're part of a much wider inquiry team. You've no doubt had extensive discussions about this issue from the very outset of Glasgow Prestwick's objection, if it's an area of concern to the airport. When did you first raise the issue?
I think that this has been an issue that's been understood by the industry for many years, which is why it's in CAP 764. And it was just something that I'd admitted.
Well, I'm not talking about general industry understanding and what it says in the CAP documents. I'm talking about the specifics of this wind farm. When, well, let me go back a step. Were you involved in the process of objecting to the wind farm?
No, I was not.
When did you first become involved in the process?
I think that was at the point after they had the initial inquiry. Prestwick had the initial inquiry with DPA. I'm not quite sure what that process was, but that was before I got involved.
Okay, but let's put it a slightly different way. You've been advising Prestwick Airport for many, many years on the installation of its wind farm mitigation system and the ongoing development of wind farms in this area, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you been aware of the Clauchrie wind farm?
I was only aware of this Clauchrie wind farm as a result of this inquiry. I'm not always involved in all of the individual communications they have with all of their wind farms at all times.
Okay. Can we take it generally as several months?
I think I probably first heard of it when I was approached by Prestwick to support them in, I think it was around about February time of this year.
All right. Well, I'll characterise that as several months, even if you won't. But for at least 4 months, you've been aware of this wind farm, and yet the first time that you've specifically mentioned the issue of shadowing is today. Why is that?
Sorry, I didn't mention shadowing. I think Mr. Inglis mentioned shadowing. I referred to other degradations that we hadn't all considered in the past, and the nature of the information that was presented to me in this was focused on the clutter as well. And to be honest, it's my error that I didn't pick up on that properly.
Now, as I understand it, the concern that you have relates to the area behind the hills on which Clauchrie is situated. Is that correct?
It is beyond the hills well, Clauchrie is not situated there yet, but beyond the hills that are going to be the Clauchrie wind farm, yes.
Yeah. So let's just, I'm sure they're not called this, but let's just call them the Clauchrie Hills for the sake of discussion. So is that an area of concern for the airport at the moment? You've told us there's been no PD assessment as things stand for that area. Is the question of shadowing from the hills an issue at the moment?
Yes, and that's true for every environment. Wherever there's hills, there's shadows behind it, and it is a known feature of any radar. And the area of interest that the airports operate on is based on knowing that that hill's there and the area behind it, which drops away and falls down behind it. But their traffic is based on the air traffic that can come in at or around just above the height of the Clauchrie Hills, if you like. Out to the range of the radar performance at whatever altitude that might be, but within what is the national volume.
When you say the air traffic that can come in at or about the level of the hills, what's your understanding of the minimum flight restriction height above ground level in that area?
I'm not an ATC expert, but my understanding is there's a minimum safe altitude, which is based upon the aircraft type and the flight types. And I think I've heard the 500 feet, 1,000 feet, depending on what that is. So that's 500 to 1,000 feet above the hill.
So let's take it at 500 feet. What's the height of the top of the Clauchrie Hills at the moment?
I believe the top of the highest point where one of the turbines is going to be positioned is approximately, if I recall, around about 500. I can't remember, it's 500 feet above sea level. Or is it 500 meters? I can't remember. It's around 500.
Sorry, I was just consulting with clients there. So I'm told, and I shouldn't give evidence to the inquiry, but my understanding is that the hill is about 408 meters. So let's call it 1,000 feet just for the sake of talking. You happy with that?
Yeah. I was going to say I couldn't remember it's 500 feet or 500 meters, but yes, it's around about that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Now, accepting that you're not an air traffic controller and presumably not a pilot either, are you willing to speak to the likelihood of a pilot flying at only 500 feet behind the Clauchrie Hills and rising up as he comes to the top of the hill? Does that seem like a likely scenario to you?
I honestly don't know. I really don't know. But we're not talking immediately on the hill. We're talking beyond that, I think. So I don't know, is the answer. I don't know what pilots do.
So you're not, you wouldn't imagine, for example, that a pilot, when planning his flight path, would look for the highest obstacle and would then typically look to fly at least 500 meters above that?
Well, he would do when he gets in the area of that obstacle, I've no doubt, but I'm sure that he wouldn't necessarily do the whole of his flight at the height of the highest point in the whole of the flight, would he? He would do it on a gradual basis, depending on his course and where he's going. I would guess. I don't know. I wouldn't imagine for a moment that he'd just fly at, let's say, 2,000 feet all the way when he doesn't have to for most of it, and he would adjust it accordingly, I would suggest. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a pilot. I don't have a clue.
That's fine. I'll I'll resist the temptation to put in my closing submissions that you admitted you don't have a clue. But
how about pilots? Let's just clarify that for the record, please.
That's very fair. I would have put in a footnote to that effect, I'm sure. Can we just return to the question of the assessment that you and the Glasgow Prestwick and Terma team have done at this stage? If that is an area of concern, why has it not been identified as such so far?
So it's not an area of concern at the moment, but it will be once the turbines are in place, because as you know, the turbines are 656 feet above the 500 feet of that Clauchrie Hill, which then raises that level even further. And so your poor pilot has got to climb even higher, I would suggest. And so, yeah.
But the principles are identical, aren't they? We're talking about a hilly area, which is higher than 500 feet. We're talking about the possibility of planes behind. Can I put it to you that the reason that it's not an area of concern is there's virtually no traffic in the area, Mr. Fido?
I can't comment on that, Mr. McLeod.
Well, you've been working for the airport for 11 years. You presumably have a pretty good idea of what the flight paths in and around the airport's controlled airspace are. Do you?
No, I don't. I'm an engineering technical person. I'm not a controlling person, and I don't see that level of detail in terms of numbers of air traffic. All I know is that there is the possibility of traffic to be there, and if there's traffic there, this causes a problem. And it's not a case of whether it's important or busy or not. It's a case of the situation may arise, and we have to guard against it to ensure that the whole system is safe. And that's the whole point. It's not about whether it is or isn't. It's about making sure that at any opportunity, the worst case scenario doesn't happen or is mitigated to be as low as reasonably practical, so it doesn't happen. And that's why we have to do this.
This, I think, comes back to your bear in the woods scenario, where you described it as like having a torch in the middle of a forest and the possibility of a bear being behind the tree. Firstly, the torch, as it were, is significantly bigger in this scenario, isn't it? Because it's a radar beam which is expanding out from a much further away point, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And as you see, it's only an analogy to explain the effect of radar, because not everybody has the knowledge of radars, of course.
And when one's looking at the beam, if you imagine it coming out, I think Mr. Inglis yesterday was describing the spokes of a bicycle when looking at it from top down, but same sort of principle applies from looking at it from the side, doesn't it? So it expands out like the spokes of a bicycle like this. Yes?
In azimuth, yes.
All that we're really concerned about there is the small part of the wind turbine that sits within that beam, aren't we? The beam goes much higher than the wind turbine and also goes around the wind turbine, doesn't it?
It does go around it in a different direction, yes. It gets polarized around the turbine because of the shape, yes.
Yeah. It goes much higher as well, doesn't it?
It goes up above it, yes, but that's limited again by the desensitization of the receiver and the processing that goes with it. So there will be an area above it which is also lost too.
But if one was considering planes flying in that area, the planes are not flying at the same height as the wind turbines, are they? They're flying significantly higher.
So if you look at the area behind the Clauchrie Hill, as you say, it falls away quite quickly. But beyond that and out into the extreme range of the radar, there is areas where traffic might be approaching at a lower level initially, and they would be seen by the radar currently. And then once you raise that bar, you then take out those opportunities, and you're only going to see those if they then fly at a higher height. So what you're also doing is forcing the air traffic to fly higher than they probably would have done before. So there's a double effect there, and it's not just affecting the radar or the airport or the controllers, it's also affecting what the pilots have to do.
But this comes back to my point from earlier. If this is an area of concern at the moment, it's something that presumably would have been discussed by the airport and Terma and their contractors NATS in terms of working out whether the Terma radar is going to deliver an appropriate level of detection in the vicinity of the Clauchrie Hills.
Yes, that's correct. But not
And
specifically, not specifically in that particular area, because that's not how the flight trial test works.
But have you looked at other areas where there are not wind farms at the moment, where there is existing ground clutter, heads of air, for example?
If there was areas that the controllers or the existing S511 had issues with coverage, then those areas would have also been tested separately too. Yes.
Yeah. So you have considered areas of ground clutter as part of the optimization process.
Absolutely, yes.
But this is not one of those areas.
No, so in terms of the optimization of the radar, the optimization of the ground clutter is done in the ground video channel, as I described earlier. And it is based on the fact that it is ground clutter. When you introduce wind turbines, that becomes a different problem because it goes into a different video channel. And it's the processing of that in the different channel, which then has to be changed from what it is from a non-wind turbine environment. And that's the point of the optimization. It's not like radars of today. It has different processing. And as Mr. Rees has said, we've come some way along. And these are one of the areas that they've improved on, is how they differentiate between ground and air clutter. And that's quite important because it makes quite a difference in how you look at each of those individual areas with the Terma radar and with turbines. And of course, turbines can operate in both of those video channels because of their physicality.
But is this an area, just to be clear, are the Clauchrie Hills an area where there's a problem that has had to be optimized to date?
All ground level has to be optimized for the ground impacts. Of course they do, like any other standard radar. But what I'm saying is, when you introduce a change to that environment, you have to consider where the change is being made, whether it's in the ground or in the air video channel. If it's in the ground video channel, then it's fine, it can be stayed as it is. But because we're using that into the air channel now, which is ground noise, that ground noise now goes into the air channel. And if it goes into the air channel, it starts introducing those other problems that we've talked about, which is desensitization, extra clutter, false tracks. They start to then come into this processing. And that's why we then have to optimize it specifically for the wind turbines to get over those problems that we've introduced by bringing it into the air channel.
Okay, I wanted to touch on wind turbines and some existing wind farms that are there at the moment, and just get your evidence on those. what level of probability of detection have you been able to achieve over the Dersalec wind farm?
My understanding is that the trials that they did, they achieved a good probability of detection, yes.
A little more specific than that, if possible, please.
I don't recall what the exact number is, but it was enough that it met the airport's requirement.
Higher than 90%?
I should think so, yes, definitely.
Are there any areas that you're aware of where, sorry, let me rephrase that. Are there any wind farms within the area, the airport's controlled airspace, where the level of probability of detection is less than 90%?
I'm not aware of any at this moment in time, no.
So in all cases where Terma has been involved, the probability of detection has exceeded 90%.
I believe that to be the case, yes.
Is there any reason to expect that it would be any different with any of the other wind farms that are proposed within? Mr. Brown referred you to the Glasgow Prestwick document. Any reason to expect the position would be any different with any of them?
There is the possibility that they could change, yes, because the site specifics are going to be different. The turbine specifics are going to be different. The relativity to the radar is going to be different. So there is a possibility. I'm not suggesting that it's guaranteed. It could go either way, but there is a possibility that there could be further reduction, and it's a possibility that we might get a good result. The point is, we don't know until we try. And that's one of the things I say is that if we don't do what we say we're going to do, we don't know what the end result is going to be.
And could we have a look back, please, at CAP 670 and just have a look at what the consequences of that would be? And I beg your pardon, I don't seem to have the electronic page reference at the moment. Just give me 1 second.
And sorry, what's the document reference as well again, please? Sorry.
Sorry, sir, say again.
What was the document reference? I missed it.
It's CAP 670, which is CD 9.3. Yes, and it was electronic page 392. Everybody got that one?
Not quite. Just a moment, please.
Sure thing.
Okay.
And it was SUR 02.37 that I wanted to look at first of all. So it says there that the probability of detection shall be defined for the intended application. Probability of detection shall meet the operational requirement throughout the coverage volume, i.e. up to the maximum range and at all operational altitudes. And my understanding is that the airport's position is that should now be 90%.
That is what the airport has stated as their requirement, yes, which is their right, of course.
Now, it then goes on to say in 238, if areas with lower than required probability of detection are identified, the ANSP shall clearly identify such areas and measures for safe operation of aircraft within such areas shall be justified. So the 90%, to be clear, is not a pass or fail, there is simply a recognition that 90% is what you are trying to achieve for understandable reasons, but that if you cannot achieve 90% in any particular area, there may be ways around that. Is that fair?
So that is what that is saying, is if you can't achieve what you set out to achieve, then you need to do a risk assessment on that impact and then decide what else you need to do, which of course is an impact on what it is that they're trying to do, because they know they can do what they're trying to do with 90%. Anything less, it means they can't. They have to do something else. It's another change that they then have to take the burden of and deal with. And that might be put in another sensor. It might be doing more optimization. It might be taking another radar feed from somewhere else. It may be an operational procedure. It just depends on what the nature of that outcome is. And until you do the test, you don't know what it is. And it could be nothing at all.
Yeah, and I think that you beat me to the punchline. It could be nothing at all. It could be a simple recognition that it's not an area that's of any significance at all to the airport's operation, isn't it?
That's correct, but until you know, it is one of their risks that they have to suffer, isn't it?
I wanted to touch next on the question of capacity and your recognition in paragraph 5. You say, when procuring the wind farm mitigation system, the airport had to take account of the above requirements. It also had to take account of current wind farms and future wind farms operating in its vicinity. So there was an assumption made that there were more wind farms to come, wasn't there?
Yes, that's correct.
And in broad terms, trying to keep it as simple as possible here, you presumably have an idea of how much capacity the radar system has, taking account of existing built development.
Yes, that's correct.
And how much capacity does it have?
In what sort of terms would you like the answer?
In as simple terms as possible, please. So, there is I'll put it no higher than this. There may be an implication from some of the evidence over the last couple of days that the Terma radar is reaching capacity. And what I'm trying to understand is how much capacity is available, taking account of existing flight patterns, existing flight volume and existing built wind farms. Do you know roughly what percentage capacity is still available?
I don't know specifically what that figure would be, but yes, there is capacity obviously there at this time. The inference that there was a reduction or a shortage of capacity in the future is a different thing. And I think what they said is that the capacity that's available is being occupied, and it will always be occupied. And in the future, should the airport's capacity increase, that they need to do their operating with, which is not the wind farms and not all the ground clutter, it's the real work that they do. If that increases and it starts to become a problem where this other capacity that has been taken away is impacting its ability to do that, that is the problem that they're seeking to assure against. And as it says in Mr. Rees's document, that it's self-adapting. So what it will do is, if it sees that there's requirement for more application to the real aircraft returns, it will start to discard those that are not necessary, such as those from wind turbines or other effects, which means that they could then start to appear and cause problems further. And so there isn't a capacity at this moment in time. In the future, there might be. We don't know what that will be. And again, it's one of those imposed risks because we haven't got all the capacity that we could have had if there hadn't been any turbines around us.
But in some ways, that's like saying, you know, some of the capacity is being used up by cars on the road, by weather, by buildings.
Yes, that's correct.
You know,
That's correct.
In a very purist world, you'd simply demolish everything, and then all capacity would be available for aircraft and the airport's use.
I think that the radar is there for the aircraft's use. And as we suggested earlier, we could take the turbines down, but we thought that was a silly idea too, because we want to work together, or the airport wants to work together with you to make sure that you can work in harmony. And these are one of those areas that cause a risk to the airport because of the turbines that are coming into their environment, which before turbines, they didn't exist. And so all these other things that we talked about were within the capability of a standard radar. Now they're not. Now we have to start to increase that. We have to start to address that. And we have to keep doing it going forward forever and ever, because that problem is always going to exist now. It's never going to go away.
Well, you describe it as a problem. Let's just leave it neutral as a fact. It is a fact of life that wind farm development is here to stay, and we can see that from publications such as Scottish Government's onshore wind farm statement, can't we?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, nobody's ever denied that, and the airports accept that. The airport are trying to make their systems work as best as they can to accommodate that to the best as they can. But there will reach a point when they just have to say we either can't do that or we need to do something further. And in doing something further imposes a risk on them because of the turbines. If the turbines weren't there, these problems wouldn't occur to the airport. They wouldn't be a problem to the airport. They wouldn't be a risk. But now they are, and so they have to take that risk and deal with it. And as Ms. Kilpatrick said, we are taking that risk and we are taking it and managing it forward so that you don't, as a developer, don't have to worry about it once we've sorted that problem out.
For the purposes of this particular inquiry, the reporter doesn't have to be concerned about the level of capacity that this wind farm would use up within the existing Terma, does he?
No, I would imagine that there's sufficient in this one, but that's not what we're talking about, is it?
And we've heard evidence in the last day or so, again for the first time, surprisingly, that there is a further upgrade planned to Terma in, I think, the near future. Would that be fair to say?
I think the planned upgrade to Terma is a little bit misleading, because Terma have developed their equipment to a different level and different specification. That's not what is currently available in the airport's Terma radar. The airport have capacity for what they need at the moment, and they don't need to take that option at this time. However, the option is there should they need it in the future. And again, that would be an option that would be induced upon them by having more turbines in their environment. If turbines didn't come on, they could live quite happily as they are without having to have that upgrade.
Sorry, it's my fault. I'm sure I think I must have misunderstood Ms. Kilpatrick's evidence. I thought what she was saying was that it was necessary to upgrade the Terma, and that was going to happen, I thought, relatively soon. Is that not happening?
That's a different upgrade altogether. That's an upgrade to maintain the performance of range, which is a transmitter upgrade. It's not a processing upgrade.
That's the one I was thinking of. If and when that upgrade takes place, does that mean that the Terma radar as a whole will become more powerful?
Yes, that is the intention, yes.
Does that then mean that there will be more
You're breaking up, Mr. McLeod.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes, thank you. I can, yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. The question I was putting to you, I think you'd agreed that if and when the upgrade to Terma happened, it would mean that the radar was more powerful. And my question was, does that mean that there would be greater capacity within the system?
No, the two aren't related.
They're not related at all.
No.
Okay. I wonder if we could maybe just take 5 minutes at this stage, and I'll just have a quick word with my clients about a couple of issues, and then we can come back, and I'm certainly confident we'll finish at Mr. Fido in the not too distant future.
Yes, well, let's take 10 minutes, and we'll go on. We'll come back at 3:05. Okay.
We're doing all right. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. You consulted today.
You'll be pleased to hear I don't have any further questions for Mr. Fido.
Ah, thank you. Mr. Fido, just a couple from me. Firstly, does the Terma system bring any other benefits beyond mitigating clutter?
No, sir, I don't believe it does. Sorry, can I just go back on that point? It doesn't in terms of.
I was just thinking, I mean, I was just conscious that the S5 system is quite old, so I just assumed it might be a system that would be requiring replacement anyway, and a more modern system that would have a lot of additional capabilities. Yeah, sorry, I was just focusing on the clutter thing, but yes, in terms of technology, it's more modern technology. It has the tracking capabilities that the 511 doesn't have. It has the ability to look at different effects and things within the normal environment, which would be an improvement on the 511 at the moment, yes. And it would use more modern technologies like computer softwares, computer interfaces and things like that, yes. So is it the case that even if wind farms weren't a thing and nobody was building wind turbines in this area, that the airport would be looking to replace the S511 with a more modern system in any event? That's a natural progression of technology, so yes, that's what they would do, yes. Now, the question of optimization, I think I understand it, but is optimization at its heart a balance between clutter and probability of detection, so that if you turn the dial down on the amount of false targets you receive, then you're also going to reduce the amount of the probability of detecting aircraft? And it's really a question of balancing those two factors. Oversimplification, but no, I understand, sir. And to the lay, that is the basic principle of optimization, is to get the best probability of detection globally that you can from the system entirely. In terms of wind turbines, it's slightly different and slightly more technical, because where the turbine is, you will have no probability of detection because of the physical presence of it. And so you have to take that little piece of airspace away that turbine now belongs into. And also because of the physical size of it and the impact on the radar beam, which we sort of use the torch analogy as a simple approach, but it takes away some of that energy that goes beyond the turbines, and it has an impact on the amount of energy that's left beyond there, which then starts to impact on the overall PD beyond the wind turbine as well. But again, as you quite rightly say, the whole process of optimizing around the wind farm is to minimize the impact of the turbines themselves on the PD and to minimize any other effects that might be caused by the wind turbines and the moving aspects. I hope that made sense, sir. Yes, it did. I'm just noting it down. I only had one other question, which is really just to satisfy my own curiosity, but because the Terma system is a two-dimensional system, as I understand it, but there have been some passing references in evidence to three-dimensional systems, which would seem to address a lot of the problems that we've been talking about. But there must be a downside, and it may be cost. But if you could, just for my own interest, really tell me a little bit about 3D radar. I can indeed, sir, and I have worked on a number of 3D radars when I was in the RAF, and since in this environment, TPS 77, which was a wind farm mitigation radar for the MOD, which was there to do exactly what we said, is to mitigate the wind farms. And the idea of the 3 dimension is that
you can use the beams to look over the top of the turbines to determine anything that's immediately above them from the turbine. And so you can say the turbine's down there, the aircraft's up there, so you can tell which ones are which. So it's just a different way of identifying which is the turbine and which is not the turbine. The problem of it interfering with the lower beams and the area beyond the wind farm, which we now call the shadow, or the effect behind it, is still lost in a 3D radar. That same impact still exists. So although it offers a different way of dealing with the turbines, it doesn't remove all of those impacts that you can get from the presence of turbines with radar.
So, but it still has some advantages. But Glasgow Prestwick chose not to buy a 3D radar; they bought a 2D radar. So why was that?
Yeah, it's purely cost. The three-dimensional radars, there isn't, to my knowledge at the moment, a 3D radar for the air traffic services. So it would have to be a military version. And a typical air defence military radar with three-dimensional capability, you're looking at upwards of 25 to 35 million pounds. So.
Good, thank you very much. Mr. Brown, do you have any questions to come back to Mr. Fido with?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just have two questions for you, Mr. Fido, and they arise out of questions which have just been asked by our reporter. Now, the first question you were asked, Mr. Fido, was about the fact that the PS511 was obviously old technology and obviously another radar was required. Now, if it hadn't been for the presence of wind farms within the environment of the airport, what other options would have been available for the upgrading of the radar?
Well, there's a number of different things that could have happened. A standard PSR from a standard purpose without any wind farm mitigation in it could have been procured with the added technology. But there's also the options to add technology to the old radar and reuse the existing elements of it to give it the current interoperability capability that it needs to work within all the aircraft environments.
Okay, thank you. So my second question, my final question for you is, what was it that persuaded the airport to buy the Terma radar?
So there's a number of factors that made the decision. Obviously, there was a need to deal with wind farms and to cohabit as best as the airport could with the wind farm industry, recognizing that it is important. And the choice of the radar was based on a very heavy risk assessment based on, at the time, and that's a number of years ago when the technology was still very immature and still considerably under development. We looked at a number of different technologies with claims of the capability, and looking at the results and the evidence that they provided and the interrogations and investigations that we had with the manufacturers, that risk assessment showed that based on the ability to achieve the level of mitigation required versus the overall cost versus the ability to get something within the time that they were looking for, Terma came out as being the best of those choices at that time.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions, Mr. Fido.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you, Mr. Fido, for your time today.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Inglis, as well. Are there any other final matters that Mr. McLeod or Mr. Brown wish to raise before we close?
Not from me, sir. Not from me.
No, not from me, sir, either.
Good, then we'll end it there. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod.